Good morning. Welcome to the Leadership Summit 2020. Please remember to use your chat and we'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Coming to you from Razorback Stadium in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas, it's showtime. Hi, my name is Ernie Heimfield, and I have the privilege to serve as the 2020 Transportation Development Institute President. Welcome, everyone, to the 2020 TNDI Leadership Summit. The theme of this year's summit is turning challenges into opportunities. TNDI includes approximately 17,000 members. Our institute includes engineers and planners from government agencies, consulting firms, industry, and academia. Our demographics differ. However, we are brought together by our passion for engineering and mobility. We are thrilled to have so many of you joining us today from your homes and offices across the US. We'll be covering a lot of content today, and I hope you will be able to participate for all of it. That said, I'd like to tell everyone now that this summit is being recorded, and I will be able, and you will be able to rewatch it and share it with others. I want to mention a couple of housekeeping details as we get underway today. In addition to what you will see on the screen on this main page, you will also have access to a handful of other ways to interact throughout the day. Along the top of the page, you will see a handful of tabs giving you access to information regarding today's events, as well as a tab to meet the leaders. This page has video instructions provided by many of you on this call, including our council, committee, and chapter leadership. On the top right of the screen, you'll see a button labeled Poll. During the summit, we will be asking you to participate in survey questions. When we mention a polling question, please click on this poll link to respond to the poll. Along the right-hand side on the page is the chat feature. And so during the process, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions through the chat button. Along the right-hand side, left hand on the page is a chat feature. Please use this to submit any questions or comments you have during the presentations. We'll try to address as many of them as we can throughout the day. You'll need to create an account or enter as guest to participate in the chat. When you chat, please ensure we know your name. Also, please add the TNDI committee you serve on. If you accidentally close this chat feature, just refresh the page and it will pop up again. We'll start the day with ASCE President K.N. Gunalan, followed by keynotes from our very own TNDI members, Roger Millar and Denise Mendes. Each will discuss how COVID-19 has impacted their agency. Roger will give a state DOT's perspective from the home of delicious apples, Washington, while Denise comes to us from the great city of New York, and will give a city DOT's perspective. We will then hear from TNDI leaders about what TNDI members are developing and new opportunities for new products and content in the future. We'll finish the day hearing from ASC Government Relations, learning about the latest TNDI operations manual, how to best navigate ASC Collaborate, diversity and inclusion initiatives, and what our chapters, student members, and young members have been up to. Let me remind you to cast your ASC ballot vote. This is the last day to vote, and you have until 6 o'clock Eastern time. Just go to www.asc.org. The vote includes President-elect. Official nominees are Maria Lehman and Dennis Truax. Regional leaders are going to be specific to the region you live in, and then Technical Region Director. Official nominees include the Environmental and Water Resources Institute past president Kevin Nielsen and the Transportation and Development Institute past president Yin-Hai Wang. But to kick things off, in order to introduce you to the TNDI Board of Governors and TNDI staff, we'd like to share a short video introducing you to each of them. So grab your kid, grab your dog or cat, sit back and enjoy the summit. Time to roll them.
Go. Go, turn around.
Thanks, Ernie. Good toss. I'm Rick Boudreau. I am the Vice President of TNDI. I own a small niche, what we call boutique engineering company here in Atlanta, Georgia. Pavement related, pavement engineering. Unlike many of you, I'm not a stranger to this working from home. I've been working from home for 20 years. I find it to be peaceful and calming and probably Amazon. I'm sorry if you can't hear me. This is typical of most of my conference calls. No, it's some knucklehead out there on a moped with a Razorback hat on, passing out toilet paper to people.
Hello, everybody. David Noyce coming to you from beautiful Madison, Wisconsin. I'm also the TNDI treasurer. Let me see, where was I? 100, 101. We're doing good. Be safe. See you again soon and on Wisconsin.
Hello everyone, I'm Yin Tai Wang. I'm a professor at the University of Washington. I live in the Seattle area. I normally go to gym to play badminton twice a week, but during this time period, there's no gym open. So I'm walking every day with my dog for about 5 miles. So I found that's a great way to experience both active transportation and keep myself healthy.
Hi, I'm Lucy Pretty, and I am staying at home and working from home here in Vicksburg, Mississippi, also known as Engineer City, USA. And during this time, I have been playing a lot of board games remotely with my friends across the country.
Hello, I'm Cong Chen and I'm living in the beautiful city of Tampa, Florida. So during this moment of uncertainty, I enjoyed a lot building my Lego of course, as you can see here, and it has been great fun.
Hi, my name is Kitty Cho, based in Los Angeles, California. I have been working from home since mid-March. I spend most of my time on the phone chasing after teammates and sub-consultants. When I'm not on the phone, I chase after my 3-year-old daughter.
Hi, my name is Chandra Bhatt. I live in Austin, Texas. What a world we live in. We have always been talking about social vibrancy in our planning processes, and suddenly we had to think about social distancing. Well, during this time, I've been spending more time with 3 amazing women, my lovely wife and my 2 wonderful daughters. Happy to be in a minority. Well, enjoy the summit. That's all from me. Off you go.
I currently live in Butler, Pennsylvania, but I'm residing in Elk County. I've been using this time to read, hang out with my boyfriend, and the pup. Stay healthy.
Hi, I'm Debbie Denny. I'm the Senior Manager for the Transportation and Development Institute. I'm here in Maryland at home. During this time I've been spending a lot of time outside with my family, and I'm missing seeing all of you in person. I hope you're well.
Warning, this video is about to get a little Bollywood. Yes, in the end we will win. And then we'll all fall in love, because that's what happens in Bollywood.
If you're wondering, I'm the one with the nose and the hat. We hope you enjoyed meeting the board members and staff from each of their homes. If you're wondering, I'm the one with the nose and the hat. We hope you enjoyed meeting the board. You'll get to see each of them throughout the day today. Our first speaker today is ASCE President K.N. Gunalan. Guna is passionate about enhancing the quality of life for communities around the world throughout the civil engineering profession, and continuously advancing the careers of his fellow civil engineers. When he isn't at an ASCE event or board meeting, Guna is at his day job with AECOM, or spending time with his family. Guna, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Will you please tell us what's going on in ASCE and changes related to COVID-19?
Good morning, Ernie. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. Wish I was able to be in person to greet you in Seattle, but we're going through some interesting times. We were able to launch 2 astronauts to the space station safely over the weekend, but unfortunately the TNDI Summit Leadership Summit is being held via Zoom from our comfort of our homes. Thanks to Zoom, thanks to David and a bunch of others who put in some hard work over the weeks to make this thing seamless. In keeping with the theme of the summit, I don't see this as a challenge, but I look at it as an opportunity to be creative. ASCE is looking to pivot, to be creative in how we deliver our services and resources to our members in a more nimble and a very efficient manner. I'm hoping that TNDI and ASCE will be viewed as a thought leader in how we approach development of smart communities of the future and how we handle mobility also in the future. We need to not only make our built environment sustainable and resilient, but we also need to make sure that ASCE stays nimble and is attractive to the next generation. It's about attracting the best and the brightest to our profession. I appreciate you all taking the time. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to ASCE and TNDI, and look forward to your leadership and leading the Institute and ASCE to a very bright and a very different future. We have so far been able to handle things seamlessly, remotely, and the staff has been very efficient in how they have handled our affairs over the last few weeks. And we are hoping to do the same thing going forward with reference to our conferences and interface with our membership and staff. I'm looking forward to your leadership in guiding this organization to a very sustainable future. I'm hoping to listen to some great presentations that's following my introduction and to some very provocative and robust conversation during the course of the day. Thank you and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Guna. Our next speaker comes to us from U.S. News and World Report's 2019 Best State, Washington. Roger Millar is the Secretary of Transportation for Washington State DOT. He is the ICTD 2020 co-chair. We were disappointed not to meet Roger in the beautiful city of Seattle for ICTD, but we are fortunate to have him participate in this virtual event. Roger is an experienced land use and transportation engineer, planner, and program manager with an international reputation for innovative approaches to conservation and development. The prominent theme that has run through his career has been planning and implementing transportation systems that are not ends unto themselves, but rather the means towards economic vitality, environmental stewardship, social equity, public health, and aesthetic quality. During COVID-19, he's been on the front lines of Washington State's response. We'll be hearing about some of that now, but please feel free to type in questions in the chat box that you may have for Roger. And we'll have Q&A time at the end of the presentation. So as we go into this, how we move forward, a state DOT's perspective on the COVID-19 crisis.
During and hopefully after the pandemic, as we see it in Washington State, we're looking ahead to the new normal. Talk a little bit about our response to COVID-19, the revenue challenges we're facing as we work our way into this new normal, how we're responding to those challenges, and some lessons we're learning and next steps for the agency. So what have we been doing? The Washington State DOT provides transportation services to the people of Washington State, and we've been providing essential services and keeping people safe during the pandemic. Food needs to get to the store. Essential workers need to get to work. We're providing incident response. We're managing our movable bridges, doing emergency repairs and the like. We're also supporting the freight industry by keeping our safety rest areas open and getting food to truck drivers. We operate the Washington State ferries. There are a number of communities. The only way you can get there is on the ferry, and a lot of food and, again, essential workers move. We're doing that work. We're keeping state trails open. We're supporting agencies that provide transit service all around the state of Washington, and we're also supporting essential intercity passenger rail. We've been working with our construction partners. At the beginning of the pandemic, we suspended all of our active construction projects. We've been working with the industry, with labor, with the health department and the governor's office and others. Under Governor Inslee's leadership, we're bringing industry back online. And with safety action plans and the proper personal protective equipment and monitoring and enforcement, we have restarted construction statewide. We're also keeping our employees safe with protocols and training and personal protective equipment. And we are doing an awful lot of teleworking. Right now, 3,000 of our 7,000 employees are at home and doing their work over the phone and over the computer. So Stay Home, Stay Healthy, as we're calling the initiative in Washington State during the pandemic, has had some pretty egregious financial implications for the state. With people not driving, vehicle traffic is down, our ferries ridership is way down, our transit ridership is way down. Toll facilities, because people aren't using our facilities, they're not paying gas tax, they're not buying ferry tickets or train tickets. And those reductions in revenue, we anticipate that we're losing about $100 million a month from all of our different transportation sources, which is about 35% of what we collect on average each month. And the money that comes from these state revenue sources is about 85% of our budget. So it's a significant impact depending on how deep the recession goes and how long it lasts. 100 million a month is just the beginning of our revenue problem, because we had revenue issues before the pandemic. We had a voter approved initiative that passed last November that's costing us about $360 million in this biennium. We have a federal court order to provide fish passage for salmon, which is going to cost us $3.1 billion. We have seismic retrofit and maintenance and preservation needs. We're doing a bit to respond to these revenue issues. Short term and immediately, we're keeping the ferry system on the winter schedule, which is a lot fewer boats and a lot lower cost. We're not hiring new people. We've discontinued all of our out-of-state travel, new consultant contracts, major purchases, that kind of thing. We're also working with our congressional delegation to request federal funding to backfill for the revenue that we've lost. And probably more significantly, but it's going to take a little bit of time, we're preparing recommendations for the governor and the legislature to significantly reduce our operating programs and defer our capital investments, and also think about how we're going to pivot to take advantage of what we're learning, the kind of the good side of what's happening with the pandemic. We have an opportunity first and foremost to take care of our existing system. A lot of people take our existing system for granted. They assume it's always going to be there. For example, out in the Spokane area, there's a $30 billion a year economy. That economy is growing. That economy runs on about $30 billion of transportation infrastructure that we're responsible for. The cost to maintain that infrastructure is about $58 million a year, and we're not paying that cost. And because of that, and because we're continuing to add to the system, we're building on a foundation that is falling apart. And people assume it's going to be there in the future, and we can't. We have to take care of it now. So, in response to the budget shortfalls we have, we're not making any investments in the roads that we are responsible for, or the speed limits below 45 miles an hour. We're not making investments in on and off ramps. And imagine in the Spokane area, if all of these facilities were no longer there, the impact to the region's economy would be pretty significant. And so we're working on educating decision makers on the importance of state of good repair. We have a number of resilience challenges in the face of climate change. Safety and system operations programs, preservation needs, bridge retrofit needs, our fish passage need, which is, preserving salmon as a species in the face of climate change is a huge issue, and significant projects around the state, none of which are currently funded. In response to climate change, we're also decarbonizing our transportation economy with electric vehicle charging stations. We're converting our ferry fleet to electric vessels. We're converting our transit fleets to electric vessels, and we're automating our transportation systems. And the COVID-19 pandemic has informed and I think accelerated a lot of this work. And then governance and financing, the need to link land use decisions with transportation investments and management strategies. In the face of COVID-19, this is increasingly important because a lot of the people that we found to be essential during the pandemic live long distances from where they work and have limited options for how they get around. So what have we learned from COVID-19? One thing I've learned is that no one is going to be safe in America until everyone is safe. So social equity is going to be really important to post-pandemic transportation. In the industry, we've often talked about the importance of that first and last mile to the success of a trip. But if you think about it, our economic and social interactions have really been stymied by that first and last 6 feet. When we can't get close to one another, we can't do business. We can't interact as people. A lot of folks are assuming that they can stay in their car, they'll be safe. Yeah, as long as you stay in it. But how are you going to get to work? You're going to get out of your car and get in an elevator. You're going to leave the office at lunch and go to a restaurant. There's no way you're going to be able to isolate yourself and be a part of our economy and our society. The other thing we've seen is that the pandemic has shown that service workers really are the key to our prosperous economy. As I said before, they live away from our employment centers, they have longer commutes, and they spend an incredible percentage of their household income just on housing and transportation. So when we think about affordable transportation and housing options, we've come to realize that they are an economic necessity, not a social service. Another thing we're learning is the importance of and the success of telecommuting. Telecommuting is going to be a big part of the new normal. We've been forced to use a technology that we've had for a while, but we haven't really embraced. We went from having less than 10% of our people telecommuting to 90% of our people telecommuting. And a lot of them want to continue doing it coming out of the pandemic. So the success of telecommuting is driving new thinking in terms of worker expectation, and also businesses and governments thinking about what their office space requirements are. So some people are going to go back to the office, but many people aren't. And for us as a transportation agency, it helps us manage demand without adding roadway capacity. It flattens the peak hour. But for that to work for us, it has to be a telecommunity, a society in which information can be transmitted or received freely between all of its members without any technical incompatibilities. So we need to make investments in rural high-speed internet, rural broadband, in broadband for less wealthy families. And we need to make sure that our video conferencing is fully ADA accessible. Another thing we're learning is that as people have stayed close to home, they've rediscovered their neighborhoods. Many of us are seeing our neighborhoods in the daytime for the first time in years. And where neighborhoods are mixed use neighborhoods, they're providing food security, they're providing access to services like healthcare, pharmacies, and the like. But we're also finding out where our sidewalk infrastructure and our bikeway infrastructure is getting in the way of being successful in the neighborhood, where it doesn't exist or where it's too narrow. There's a lot we need to do to catch up on accessibility for those of us who are mobile and for those of us who are in wheelchairs. If you're in a wheelchair, there's no curb cut. It means you're not leaving your block. So people staying closer to home are likely to influence the need for local active transportation investments. And we really do need to complete our active transportation system. You can get anywhere in Washington State in a car, almost without exception. But there are a number of places where you can't get from your house to the store walking because the infrastructure is not there. And what we've seen during the pandemic, while driving has gone down and transit has gone down and the like, walking and bicycling have gone up 300 to 400%. It's just amazing. Another thing we're learning is the importance of freight mobility. Consumers have shifted to online shopping. COVID-19 has accelerated that. So we're seeing a lot of package delivery traffic, and it's not just the Amazons and UPSs of the world. Local businesses are jumping into this with, Grubhub and Uber Eats and things like that. Retail stores are going online and providing delivery. So what is the public's interest in freight going door to door? What should our investment be? What role should e-cargo bikes or electrifying delivery fleets be?
Thanks, Roger. Before we begin the Q&A, we'd like to take this opportunity to have you all participate in the first poll of the day. So please go to the top right of the screen and click on poll. And next, click on polling questions and answer the question, post-COVID-19, what do you think will happen with single occupant vehicle use? 1, or A, there will be a higher percentage of single occupant vehicle usage. B, single occupant vehicle usage will be the same as pre-COVID-19. C, there will be a decrease due to people walking and biking. 4, a decrease due to an increase in telecommuting. And then E, 5, there will be a decrease due to an increase in public transit usage. Now, Roger, let's go to some questions. Let me ask you this first question here. In terms of, I saw this article about the New York Stock Exchange prohibiting employees who use public transit from entering their building. Do you think this is an effective strategy?
Well, Ernie, that's a great question. And I think it's indicative of some of the uncertainty that's out there coming out of the pandemic. The notion, and even like the Centers for Disease Control is saying, don't take transit, drive alone in your car. Yeah, if you drive alone in your car, you're safe as long as you're in your car. But what are you going to do once you park your car, if you can find a place to park it, once you get to that parking spot, if you can get there on the freeway? The next move you make is probably going to be getting in an elevator. With who? Who do you know? So, at the stock exchange, the employees that came by transit, the employees that came by car, they're all going to be together in the same space. Doing business is about being close together. Being in a work environment is about being proximate to one another. What are you going to do when it's time to go to lunch? You're going to go to a stand, go to a restaurant, what have you, and be served by someone who maybe has no choice but to take transit to get what they're doing. So I think you can make yourself an island in this by, staying home, driving your own car, that kind of thing. But you're not going to be successful as an individual. We're likely not going to be successful as a society unless we can all get back to where we were in January and February, where we could interact socially, we could interact economically, and that means everybody needs to be safe. We won't any of us be safe until all of us are safe.
Very good. A question too. You're overseeing a very large organization here in Wahlstatt. There, how many people are you overseeing?
There are about 7,500 people at the Washington
Okay,
State.
with 7,000 people, a lot of them are conducting meetings via Zoom. What do you see the benefits of having Zoom meetings versus face-to-face meetings? What's the difference between face-to-face meetings and Zoom meetings?
It's been really interesting. You get to see everybody's dog, cat, spouse, office, or lack thereof. That's been, everybody's learning the technology. But for me, I'm more productive. I'm more productive because there were great spaces in my calendar in the past. I live in Olympia, Washington, which is about 60 miles south of Seattle. And I had a lot of meetings in Seattle. And that 60 miles can take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours one way, depending on traffic conditions. So I had huge blocks of time on my calendar dedicated to driving to Seattle, driving home from Seattle, driving to the airport, driving home from the airport. By being at home and using this technology, I've got a lot more time to productive time. Because there's not a whole lot you can do that's productive in a car. At least you shouldn't be doing. You should be driving and paying attention to that. So I think that's been really helpful for a lot of us. I think another thing about Zoom meetings, I ask my team every time, at the end of the meeting, could we have done this with an email? Did we all have to get together? My executive team is about 18 people, and they live in Seattle and points north. They live south of Olympia. Do I need to get them all together? The people that live up in Seattle, do they need to drive from Seattle down to Olympia for a 1-hour meeting? They were doing that in the past, and they would find ways to pack stuff on and make it a productive day. But Zoom is allowing us, and Teams, we use Microsoft Teams a lot, and we've been using GoToMeeting and Skype, and everybody's got a technology. It is being effective for us. It doesn't replace face-to-face. There's a certain amount of chemistry that happens when you're face-to-face. It may not be in the meeting, but it may be in the hallway before and after the meeting. It may be in let's go get some coffee, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, what have you. Those things need to happen. And I think once we come out of the pandemic, we'll be getting together certainly more than we are now. But we've found that for an awful lot of what we do, this can be very, very effective. And for us at the Washington State DOT, we're also identifying that maybe we don't need to have a subject matter expert in each of our regions. If we can have one subject matter expert and they can reach each of our regions through this virtual means. Doesn't mean they're necessarily at headquarters in Olympia. They could live in Spokane and serve the entire state. They could live in Vancouver, Washington, and serve the entire state. There's great advantages to this.
Very good. Thank you, Roger. A question from our Freight and Logistics Committee, Allison Conway. There, thanks for your presentation. Towards the end, you mentioned the growing role, or at least more visible role of freight. Do you think this will change the prioritization of freight in multimodal planning moving forward?
That's a great question. We, in Washington State, freight was up at the top of our list before the pandemic. We're a trade-centric state. 1.5 million jobs in Washington State are dependent on the movement of goods and services. We make airplanes. We have small companies in Washington like Amazon and Boeing and Microsoft and the like. So we always have thought of freight as being hugely important. Our seaports, the container cargo that comes in, the agricultural products that go out, are vital to Washington State's economy. And we've always made our investments with that in mind. The interesting thing about our geography, though, if you look at the Port of Tacoma and the Port of Seattle, our two big international ports, and Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, Boeing Field, and the places where the freight comes in and out of the state, they are in urban areas. And trucking was competing with commuters. It does compete with commuters, for space on the highway, and it very much affects the times. Working with the Washington Trucking Association, when the pandemic hit and people stopped commuting, their travel times went way down. They don't like the economic situation, but they love the drive today. They don't have the situation that they had before. So, I think the pandemic pointed out to everybody the importance of freight, getting food to grocery stores, getting container traffic from our ports to the east, getting our agricultural products out. The importance of that to our economy when our economy is suffering has been highlighted. The opportunity that the teleworking that we're doing has provided us in terms of moving freight more efficiently is just astounding. And the notion of everybody went home, went online, and started ordering stuff from Amazon. And when in my neighborhood, a lot of the traffic during the real the depths of this, when everybody was hunkered down, a lot of the traffic was Amazon and FedEx and UPS and the Postal Service. And we're seeing more and more of that. And we're also seeing locals becoming more engaged in that. If you go to downtown Olympia, all the stores are closed. There's a big sign saying, go online to www.mystore.whatever and we'll deliver. So local restaurants are delivering, local stores are delivering. It's a global economy, but it's hyper local and hyper custom. And that's pretty cool. But it does mean more product coming to more doorsteps. And everybody's home, so when they do come to deliver something, there's somebody to pick it up. But when we go back to work, are we going to be efficient in how we deliver stuff? I'm looking at curb space management in our urban areas. I'm looking at how many times do they try to deliver a package in a residential neighborhood? The decarbonization of our transportation fleets. Those delivery vans are pumping out diesel exhaust and gasoline exhaust, and can we electrify those fleets? Do they have the opportunity to use e-bikes and cargo bikes and that kind of thing? Amazon and others are working with little drones that walk down the sidewalk or roll down the sidewalk in our communities today. And drones that fly are not far ahead. So it's going to be an interesting time in the package delivery and the broader freight community, and an interesting time to be an engineer, because we're really good at building the concrete, the steel, but operating our systems, using technology, using communications tools to get the most throughput out of the systems that we have in place is going to be an interesting time in the freight world.
Thanks, Roger. Next question from our Transportation TNDI Transportation Safety Committee. Mohit, thank you for your great presentation. Wondering, what is the traffic safety conditions in Washington roads due to emptier roads on crash severity, frequency, or speeding citations, in your opinions?
That's great. A great question. It's still early days. It takes a while for the data to come in. What we saw as traffic volumes went down is the number of crashes went down, but the crash rate per million miles traveled went up. Nationwide, it's gone up 14%. Now, in our state, the three primary causes of crashes are impaired driving, distracted driving, and speeding. And what we've seen as people have stayed home and stayed healthy, most of us, is the ones that are still out on the road. A certain element of that group is kind of in this death race 2000 world where they're thinking, hey, the highway's empty. How fast can I go? The patrol, our Washington State Patrol, has been clocking people going just outrageous speeds. We had somebody just north of Seattle on I-5 going 192 miles an hour. That's quite the ticket. I imagine they're going to have fun paying that one off. On the east side of the state, 140, 150 mile an hour speeds. And those people, they're a danger to themselves and they're a danger to other people that are out on the highway. So we're concerned with those crash rates. We also think there's an opportunity there. Our legislature and our community in general has been really reluctant to engage in electronic enforcement of speed limits. There are legitimate concerns about civil rights and privacy rights. There are legitimate concerns about social equity and the poor being disadvantaged if there's enhanced enforcement using technology. Those are legitimate concerns. At the same time, we can't afford to have the state patrol presence, the local enforcement presence. It's too expensive. And in a lot of our space, we've designed away the breakdown lane, which is where you'll get pulled over to receive your ticket when you have a traffic infraction. But our I-90 bridge across Lake Washington doesn't have breakdown lanes. The traffic that goes out of Bremerton, out of the Naval Shipyard every afternoon to the south, the first 15 miles of that, there's no place to pull over. If you break down in the traffic lane. And so there's no place to enforce the law. So we're looking at a chance to have a conversation, engaging the civil rights community, engaging the social equity community, engaging the safety community on how do we apply technology to reducing these just insane speeds. I don't want to see us giving tickets to people going 62 and a 60, but if you're going 80 in a 60 mile an hour zone, maybe you ought to get a ticket. And frankly, if you're going 65 in a 60 mile an hour zone through a construction site when my people have their lives on the line, I want to give you a ticket too. So more to come on that, but should be an interesting conversation.
Thanks, Roger. Next question from Ami Varma from the Aviation Planning and Operations Committee. Is there a data site DOT maintains for data related to COVID-19 impact?
Yeah, if you look at our website, one is a great question, and it was interesting. When this first flared up, my boss, Governor Inslee, calls and says, what are the traffic counts? What are the traffic counts? And I knew where to get them. So I told him, they're starting to go down. He said, I need to know, he wanted to know every morning where the traffic was in Washington State. So we put together, we collect that information and we program it internally. It's stuff that, tech nerds are really enthused about. But decision makers were using information about how highway traffic volumes were going and transit volumes and toll road volumes and ferry volumes and Amtrak Cascades volumes. So we started doing, originally it was a daily email, went out at 9:30 every morning, and we created ultimately a web page. So if you go to the Washington State DOT website, www.wsdot.wa.gov, and right there on the front page, there's a COVID-19 information link. You can click there. It's FAQ, frequently asked questions about everything we do in the space, including links to the state's broader health department website. And there's also a link to our COVID-19 traffic monitoring. And you can see traffic conditions throughout the state on a daily basis, where the traffic flow is, where the tolling is, where our ferry passengers are, where our Amtrak Cascades, the rail people are. And then working with the Washington State Transit Association, we've also got traffic volumes for all of the transit agencies in Washington State, and we've provided a place for counties to post their information. The information that we're gathering, one, it's kind of interesting to see what's going on, but two, the epidemiologists and health planners are using our traffic data in their models to model the severity of the pandemic and whether the numbers are going to go up or go down in the future. So it's another example of civil engineers. If you think back the history of civil engineering, in the late 19th, early 20th centuries, we had a really, really strong link between the engineering community and the public health community. It's come back, and I'm excited about that, frankly.
Roger, last question. Louis Ferreira's TNDI Public Transport Committee, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if WashDOT has any measures to clean daily public transportation vehicles and how you are going to keep the safety of public transportation riders.
It's a great question. We as an agency, the transit service that we operate directly is our Washington State Ferry fleet. It's the second largest ferry system in the world, the largest one in North America. And we've enhanced our cleaning. We have created social distance opportunities by closing every other row of seats, every other bench. We encourage people to stay in their cars, and we're doing a lot of stuff to keep Washington State ferries clean. All of our employees are wearing masks. We've enhanced the use of disinfectants and the like. We're encouraging our customers to use masks. But then the other transit operators, and when you look at DOTs around the country, some of us, like New Jersey and Maryland, actually operate transit agencies. Others are funders. And what we do, with the exception of Washington State Ferries, is we fund transit service around the state. We provide some state funding, and we're a pass-through for federal funding to some of the large agencies and lots of little agencies around the state. So we've been working on getting best practices out to all of them. The Federal Transit Administration had an opportunity to distribute personal protective equipment, PPE, to different agencies. And so we coordinated that between FTA and tribal transit agencies and rural and small transit agencies. We're helping the rural and small transit agencies be more flexible in what they do. They're actually delivering prescriptions and delivering food to people that are sheltered, which is something they weren't doing before, but they're out there on the route. Can we make some different stuff happen? And in doing that, I think we're keeping everybody safer. Going forward, we're helping our transit agencies with information about how to protect transit drivers, how to protect passengers, what to do with the equipment, what to do with cleaning regimes, what to do with masks and the like. I think you're going to see a lot more to come on this as we go forward. It's going to be a huge part of the transportation industry's response to the pandemic and the new normal we're going to be living in going forward.
Great. Thank you, Roger. Thank you for your insight and participation. We will have more time for Q&A with both plenary speakers at the end of the session. So if we didn't get to your question, we'll have another period in which we'll go through more of those questions. However, I'd now like to hand off things over to Rick Boudreau, TNDI Vice President.
All right. Thanks, Ernie. I appreciate you leading me in. I think we're done with the toilet paper, though. You can stop that nonsense. Anyway, again, I'm Rick Boudreau. I'm down here in Atlanta. I'm Ernie. Ernie, stop it. Come on. I've got enough toilet paper. We're good. All right. To get this thing going a little bit more readily now, I've got a speaker, another keynote. Ernie, come on. Ernie, enough. I love your playfulness, but it's time to move on. We got a lot of really important information to move on to. All right. So our keynote speaker, next keynote speaker, she represents the city of New York. So we're going to get a city perspective similar to Roger's state perspective. Denise Mendez. Denise plays a lot of roles within ASCE. She broke in as a member of the Infrastructure Systems Committee and quickly rose to the committee chair position. Now she serves as the chair of the Planning and Development Council. Believe it or not, this fast rise in leadership was attained as a young member, and she actually remains a young member today. As a keynote speaker, she comes to us in her everyday position as the Director of Freight and Mobility at the New York City Department of Transportation. So a little bit about Denise. She has over 8 years of progressive experience leading, streamlining, assessing, and implementing large-scale transportation planning and performance systems across the greater New York City area. Currently, Denise oversees a multi-million-dollar program to advance policies and initiatives that reduce the adverse impacts of trucks on infrastructure and communities while improving safety, truck delivery efficiency, and New York City's economic competitiveness. That's easy for you to say. She earned her bachelor's and master's of science in civil engineering from City College of New York and the University of Texas at Austin, respectively. And she's been actively involved in all things ASCE, including a new TNDI diversity and inclusion effort, which she will speak on during segment 3 later today. Locally, she serves as City College of New York's Engineering School alumni as president, and is extremely passionate about building connections with CCNY engineering students, faculty, and alumni. Denise lives in Brooklyn with her husband and enjoys traveling, entertaining, and taking in rich cultural experiences. Now, obviously, during COVID-19, some of these things that she enjoys, traveling, entertaining, and taking, I guess she's had to put on pause like many of us have had to do. She said if she weren't a civil engineer, she very may likely be a chef. So she does enjoy cooking. She hails originally from the great nation of Trinidad Tobago. So without further ado, Denise, we are all anxiously awaiting your talk, so please take the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to join you today to talk about New York City DOT's perspective on the coronavirus impacts and really what our road to recovery looks like in the city as we move forward. I'll talk a little bit more on the background and the context within New York City, the conditions prior to COVID-19, as well as some of the transportation trends that we've seen during this period. And then transition into talking about the city response, as well as our way forward for recovery and resilience. A bit of a background about New York City Department of Transportation. Its mission is to provide the safe, efficient, environmentally responsible movement of people and goods in New York City, and to maintain and enhance the transportation infrastructure that is crucial to ensuring we have economic vitality and quality of life for New Yorkers and the customers that we serve. We have over 5,000 employees, a significant operating budget, as well as capital program, and we maintain a series of assets ranging from streets and highways, sidewalks, significant number of bridges, as well as street signs, signalized intersections, and you name it. That gives you a broad scope of our operations. Now let me tell you a little bit more about the transportation demand indicators. Recent travel trends section within New York City show the main drivers of travel demand prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. These charts depict the trends and metrics that drive the need for transportation, as well as the usage of high performance modes across several years. As you can see, population growth has been significant. In 2018, we saw 2.5% higher than what it was in 2010. Employment has steadily increased year over year with a total of 820,000 new jobs. That has been a 21% increase in employment between 2010 and 2018. Tourism has also dramatically increased in 2018 with an additional 2.3 million people visiting New York City compared to 2017. These are all significant indicators in terms of demand and has also been the driving force in terms of how we see travel and transportation playing out on our streets in the New York City area. A lot of that has really changed as a result of the COVID pandemic. While the number of new COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations in New York City has tapered under the extended pause order, the city remains one of the hardest hit areas in the world. As you can see in the graph illustrated here, we show the number of COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Luckily, we're on the other side of the curve, but it was certainly an uphill battle and really required drastic measures to ensure that New Yorkers were safe and maintained social distancing in order to see this curve really go in the right direction. But what were the impacts? We look at this graph, this map by New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. It illustrates the COVID-19 data by zip code of residents. There were disproportionate impacts in terms of low income, minority populations, and communities, and older populations as well. Some of these areas have also limited transportation alternatives. So this created a significant challenge for New Yorkers who were particularly on the front lines or also serving as essential workers during this pandemic crisis. The most hard-hit areas were the areas that we have seen significant changes. Let's talk a little bit about the New York City transportation trends that we've seen during this crisis. Commuting before COVID-19, we have a concentration of 4.4 million jobs in New York City prior to COVID-19. Jobs densely clustered in the Manhattan and borough districts, as you see in the deepest blue on the map. However, the commute mode has predominantly been by transit, followed by auto and walking. This presents significant challenges, particularly as the transit system was a significant area where we saw the spread, and essentially, and this has a limited option for folks who have traveled into the region. And that in itself, who perhaps some of those communities did not have any additional alternative transportation modes. So that really presented challenges as well. You know, we have a dense sector within the Manhattan core, and that in itself attracts a lot of transportation demand and commuters into that area. What we've seen in terms of general travel trends, more New Yorkers are essentially traveling much less and they're staying closer to home. Trips by all modes with destinations in New York City have significantly reduced, approximately 50%. The longer trips reduced by 70%. And then AM and PM peak periods have also subsided. But we've also seen recent signs that indicate a reversing or returning to pre-COVID-19 periods. And those are things that we're continuously monitoring. Transit usership or ridership fell precipitously after the pause and remains very low, though we've seen a modest increase. Ridership on MTA subway, buses, and commuter rail has fallen by over 92% as of mid-April. And you see the chart here really shows how these trends have changed over time. Cycling trends. Prior to COVID, we've seen increases in cycling and these alternative modes with the agency's increased commitment to expanded options and bicycle infrastructure. Cycling counts and City Bike ridership fell, but less than other modes. City Bike has been seeing a substantial weekend usage as the weather improves. And we've seen that some New Yorkers have switched to bikes early in the crisis, indicating a potential rise in biking as pause is lifted. As folks remained at home, they still needed access to goods and services. And we saw significant changes in the freight activity. Initially, truck activity dropped substantially with pause, but has since stabilized at about 80% of last year's volume. We've also seen changes within origins and destinations for truck activity within the New York City area. The catchment area supplying New York City remains intact, though we've seen truck trips shifting to different parts or regions within the tri-state area, and also a shift within New York City to more residential deliveries, particularly parcel deliveries have shifted from more of the commercial establishments to residential as a lot of these businesses were closed. Early indications, though, point to an increase in truck crossings as more businesses come online. So we suspect that some of that may return, but a permanent staple of that may actually remain, and we may see more trucks going into residential areas, and ensuring that we plan for that is critically important. Traffic trends, in generally, major New York City bridges and crossings volume by day compared to last year were lower. We saw the lowest at 52% after pause, but this is also creeping up and quickly. So we're continuing to monitor that. This data suggests that more New Yorkers were choosing to travel by car, and that in itself is a pretty alarming trend, particularly as we know that New York City was not built to manage that significant amount of travel by car. So what has the city done immediately after the pause and the restrictions in place? There's been a concerted push to encourage cycling. Emergency bike lanes and temporary bicycle parking were installed near hospitals. The expansion of the City Bike share system in Manhattan and outer boroughs is certainly a key element that's currently underway, as well as supporting City Bike critical workforce membership for essential workers or folks that were on the front line in the response. These were all critical to ensuring that New Yorkers can still maintain social distancing and have additional options for transportation. In late April, the Mayor de Blasio, announced open streets in partnership with the City Council. It announced 100 miles of streets open to pedestrians and new bike lanes. So far, the city has implemented about 43 miles of open streets, with more locations to come. Vehicle traffic is limited to local deliveries, pickups and drop-offs, necessary city service vehicles, utility vehicles, and emergency vehicles as well. This has been a widely popular program, but also thinking about how this overlays with additional areas within the city is certainly of utmost concern and interest to the city, particularly as we see a shift and a focus more so on public health. In terms of curb management during the COVID-19, alternate side parking regulations were suspended. On-street parking permits were provided for healthcare workers. These were issued citywide on street. And these healthcare provided services for healthcare personnel working in hospitals or any healthcare facilities as well. Parking meters remained in effect to encourage turnover, and the city expanded contactless payment options to reduce exposure risk to New Yorkers as well. We talk about online delivery and home delivery, but really this is significant, particularly in New York City. Approximately 90% of the freight delivered to New York City is done so by truck. And this in itself, our over-reliance on trucks oftentimes creates additional challenges. However, we've seen that The food supply chain of the city has held strong and has proven to be resilient. To mitigate any additional concerns, the city developed emergency feeding programs, distributed PPEs or personal protective equipment to essential food workers, established truck rest areas for over-the-road truckers who were coming into the city but needed a space to safely rest based on their mandated federal breaks. And we've also issued guidance to help maintain the flow of essential goods. There was a significant kerfuffle, I would say, based on guidance from the CDC very early on about a 14-day quarantine from New York City. And that really showed some differences in terms of some truckers not wanting to come to the city to deliver essential goods and items. And that really caused a little bit of a concern, but with appropriate guidance and communications and messaging, we were able to communicate and clarify that. The trucking industry continues to have concerns on workforce health and safety, as well as the cost to protect their employees. That potentially may be translated into increased cost of goods, but the jury is still out on that. We also saw that smaller carriers and owner-operators were facing financial challenges. This is particularly important when we looked at trends. We saw that at least 80% of the smaller carriers and owners in the freight supply chain represent about 80% of the operators in the freight supply chain represent smaller carriers that have fleets of 6 vehicles or less. So they represent a significant share of the supply chain, and ensuring that their agility and health is critical important to ensuring that we can move goods throughout the region. A way forward. We've talked a lot about what we've seen, some of the changes, whether it be good or bad, but also where are areas that we need to address. What does that road to recovery look like? A lot of that is driven by the New York State guidance, reopening New York. The governor, Andrew Cuomo, established a regional monitoring dashboard, identified 7 criteria that each of the 10 regions within New York State must meet in order to consider reopening. New York City has met 5 of the 7 criteria, and there's certainly a lot of work ahead to ensure that we can start reopening. All the other regions have met this criteria, have started reopening, or are soon to reopen. That brings us to New York City. A lot of the work to reopen is really hinging on what happens in our area and what needs to be done. Mayor de Blasio outlined his vision for fair recovery for New York City, and this is critically important. I'll read his entire quote. It says, "We need to see this as a transformational moment. Even with all the pain, even with all the challenges, we are not going to bring New York City back the way it was. I want ideas on how we maximize mass transit, minimize use of automobile. Think about this in terms of fighting global warming and pollution. Think about this in terms of fighting congestion, in terms of equity for communities, and really helping us take the big jump forward by the end of this administration and how we approach issues of transportation with an eye to the future." These are compelling and really speaks to the leadership that is needed, particularly in city government, to ensure that we can enhance and the transportation for today, but also for the future, keeping a lot of these things in mind. So restarting New York City, the mayor announced 11 new task forces to start a recovery from the pandemic and address these inequities. Surface Surface transportation is one of the 11 new task forces, and they are charged with really thinking about what are the recommendations. And we've seen this with other cities like DC that have published their plans for reopening as well. This is critically important to draw on the expertise from various folks across the surface transportation sector. Oop. Restarting New York City, there are certainly some serious challenges ahead while balancing the need to continue social distancing. New York City is a well-established city and built environment. Streets and transit services were not designed for social distancing, which has reduced capacity. A significant shift to driving threatens to overwhelm the street and highway network. And automobile recovery at the moment is outpacing transit. This is not a trend that we would like to encourage, particularly as we've been making a lot of inroads at improving sustainable transportation options. Our CBD is also the largest job center in the US, and the concentration of this activity produces induced demand. Essential workers, low income, and minority populations rely heavily on public transportation, especially buses, and are less likely to have vehicle access, which also means they have longer commutes. Significant increase in e-commerce and home delivery also drives the need for improved last mile delivery network. All of these challenges ahead encourages us to really think about what are the opportunities for addressing some of these challenges as we move forward. The Central Business District tolling program enacted by 2019 New York State Legislature will support the city's most significant mobility needs. We have an opportunity to thoughtfully build toward a more equitable, resilient, and vibrant city, but will need to be measured, data-driven, and deliberate to ensure a safe and sustainable return. Promoting more sustainable modes of travel and shared use mobility is certainly a key part of that discussion. Transforming the bus network and expanding our bike network infrastructure, well, also key. And then managing one of the most valuable real estates in the city, the curb, really where the rubber hits the road, is really a large part of our discussion and our recovery. And lastly, improving the efficiency, reliability, and sustainability of last mile freight deliveries is also a huge part of our recovery. If done right, we can emerge from this pandemic with a stronger, more robust transportation network that provides more sustainable travel options, prioritize health and safety, and get New York City up and running again. Some key takeaways and opportunities in closing for ASCE TNDI. We have to think about planning for the new era of mobility and public health, equitable access to transportation, addressing systemic inequities in transportation planning and development of urban areas, and especially looking at those vulnerable communities. Understanding what the role of scenario planning can be for natural and man-made disasters in transportation and development, and how our civil engineering curriculum also has a part to play in that as well. The role of governments will have an unprecedented impact in terms of how we restart the economy, but also how we work with the private sector as well. I'll also like to end off by stating this quote from James Kip Finch. "The engineer has been and is a maker of history. We have a charge to continue to protect the health of our consumers, our residents, the communities, and this is really the time to roll up our sleeves and get to work." Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. We're at a point. Thank you very much, Denise. We're at a point. Technical difficulties at the Boudreau House. I think I fixed it. All right. So anyway, you've now heard from Denise. We're going to give the audience a chance for 10 minutes to banter back and forth with questions and answers. I've got a few. After the 10-minute Q&A period, we're going to bring Roger Millar back on, and we're going to talk about post-COVID and all the other stuff. And this was actually some reading material for everyone, homework over the weekend. So hopefully that will bring on some questions and some dialogue as well. So anyway, Denise, let's get this thing started. One of the questions I've received is, and I don't know who sent this one in, but what are the key components of reopening, and what do you anticipate being the biggest challenge?
Thanks, Rick. I thought that's a really great question. It's really multifaceted. And when we think about that, we have to really think about that in context through the phases. The state outlined 4 phases for reopening the economy on a region by region basis. But we're starting off with the phase 1, which includes construction, manufacturing, wholesale trade, and retail by curbside pickup. During this phase, we don't anticipate traffic congestion to be a huge issue. However, there may be localized impacts on commercial strips, especially in the outer boroughs. If there's a significant number of shoppers that maybe choose to drive, we're still monitoring those impacts as well. Traffic volumes, though, are expected to continue to increase, but remain pre-COVID levels. I think the biggest traffic management challenge will emerge once the city enters into the subsequent phases that opens up other parts of the economy. And traffic congestion will likely increase without robust mitigation measures. So really thinking about demand management measures is really going to be key, urging employers to stagger work shifts, monitoring travel trends, managing the curb as well as the sidewalk to ensure that there's social distancing, as well as encouraging walking and biking, as well as transit use. So it's multifaceted, but I think we have to continue looking at this through different phases and making sure that our plans are adaptable and flexible.
All right, well, thank you. I got another question. This one comes from David Hine up in Canada. Rick, what's up with the toilet paper? No, I'm sorry, that wasn't related to your topic. Thanks for your question, Dave. We always appreciate you chiming in. The next one, how do you see driverless vehicles play a role in freight deliveries?
So I think, there's certainly a push for more contactless options. And we've seen in Arizona, I believe Kroger tested out an autonomous freight delivery operation. This is something that I think in the New York City standpoint, we may be a little bit ways away from that. However, there are signs for moving to automated types of technology like shared use lockers, where Amazon has actually placed these strategically in supermarkets as well as other places like 7-Eleven. We're starting to see a little bit more of a trend to automation. But I think we need a lot more of the infrastructure within the city to really accommodate that, and also plan for unanticipated increase in interjections into the traffic stream. So planning for a lot of that uncertainty, I think, is going to be key. New York City DOT's Connected Vehicles pilot, I think, is really one way that we're trying to push the envelope to really test these technologies out. But we're some ways away, I think.
All right, from the Street and Highway Operations Committee, Mahed Al-Gandor asks, what is your vision in the next 6 months for car rides network like Uber and Lyft?
So the Ubers and the Lyfts of the world, the TNCs, have long also been a disruptor in this type of space. But what we found is really you have to work with them and find ways to complement, the options. These are still shared types of economies where there's a lot of rotation and turnover. I think in the last couple of years, there've been a push to try to limit the circulation of those because they do contribute to increased congestion in some areas. But in many parts of the outer boroughs, they're also servicing that demand for areas where there are transit deserts. So I think there's certainly a balance that's needed. When we work closely with them, we can find out specific areas where there are clusters to provide pickup and drop off locations that will help to reduce congestion and double parking in specific areas if they have to pick up and drop off passengers. So it's a long road ahead, but they are working closely with the city to ensure that we balance all the needs.
All right, I got a question from Ernie, but I'm going to wait till the end and squeeze it in if possible because he hogged up so much of our time being playful with me before we got started on this. So, Ernie,
I don't have any toilet papers to hand out. Okay.
This one, another question from Amit Verma from the Aviation Planning and Operations Committee. Was there an increase in local truck deliveries as opposed to out-of-city truck deliveries? Any information if there was an increase or decrease in cost per delivery?
So I'll answer part A of that question first and then part B, because it's a two-part question. What we saw immediately after COVID was a significant decline in truck activity. And that was then followed by around mid-April. And then after that, a steady increase in truck activity coming into the New York City region. About 62% of the goods that are coming into that actually are imported into the city. And there's certain areas in manufacturing that's actually done within it. We've seen shifts in terms of circulation of truck activity from more commercial areas to residential areas in general. However, the volumes were still lower than 2019 periods. Part B, I think there was actually an article on Friday that showed that UPS, as one example, they're actually starting to charge a surcharge fee for additional cost as well. That was a recent announcement. I suspect to see additional changes across the board for the other parcel carriers. But that really, the jury is still out on that. We have to continue to monitor that and see what the cost and impacts are on getting last mile deliveries. For one, I know that when I ordered some things, it took a little bit longer to get there. And really, we have to really think about the connection between consumer demand and really what we're seeing on the streets. And oftentimes, I think this has been the moment where we've seen that a lot of communities folks are realizing there's a direct connection with their choices and what they're seeing on the street. So yeah, a lot more changes. We'll see if there are additional longer term cost impacts, but monitoring that for now.
All right, well, how can we strive for equity in transportation and development in a post-COVID era?
I think that's a great question. And, you've heard from Roger as well, and he so eloquently touched on that. That's a huge part of our recovery and really what we need to do in terms of to strive and thrive, I should say. Making transportation accessible and affordable is critical to the lives that we live, and we think about livability of our communities, but it means for all as well. Residents of communities of color, communities below the poverty line, whether it be rural or urban, they must have access to better jobs, secure educational opportunities, as well as getting access to quality healthcare. All of these are core elements for us as just human beings. I think it's fair to say that much of the transportation strategies that agencies are implementing to increase active transportation, improve safety, air quality, and connectivity can also help to improve equity if they are targeted and prioritized in low income and also minority communities as well. We need to ensure that improving mobility does not come at the cost of displacement as well. So it's multifaceted, but really, if we put our dollars and investments in the areas that really need it, I think we would really help to improve equity and more livability and public health, again, for our communities.
All right, we got probably 4 minutes left in this Q&A dialogue. I've got 2 more to pose. One comes from Lucy Pretty down in the engineering capital of the world, or maybe it's the universe. Can't remember what she said in her intro earlier this morning. But she asked, how were small shared mobility companies challenged during COVID, and how will it rebound in New York City?
That's a great question. I'm guessing can she clarify what she means by the smaller companies?
You know, if in interpreting it, shared mobility companies might be your mass transit, perhaps, or it could be your Uber Lyfts, which we've already addressed.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't consider like Uber and Lyft small companies, so that's why.
She just responded. It's scooters.
Oh, yes. So in just earlier this year, actually, during this period, during the budget expenditure that was passed at the state level, included in those provisions for the budget was also the passage of an e-scooter and an e-bike bill for New York State. And that has actually been a long time coming. We have not had those provisions here within the city, so we suspect that the Limes, the Birds of the world may be knocking on the door later on, but the first provision for that was to make that legal within New York City. There's an exclusion for Manhattan, I believe. However, we still need to pass legislation at the New York City level, the council level, to then move that forward. So we suspect that shared use mobility may come down in the future as another option. I've seen personally folks purchase their own e-scooters, the stand-ons, and they've been using that as well. I've seen other types of mobility and just, folks just using their bikes as well. When we think about longer commutes and longer distances, e-bikes can really help to overcome some of those distance barriers as well, particularly if you have to go up different elevations and whatnot. But there are also safety concerns as well, and we want to make sure that we're practicing and ensuring the safety of other users of the street, particularly as these can go at higher speeds. So yeah, no major impacts just yet. I know within the city we have Revel, which is like a motorbike type of scooter framework. We've seen those used significantly, and they're more like single occupancy type of usage, and usage by car share as well. But yeah, there's still a lot more, I think, development to go for like e-scooters and things like that.
All right. Well, we thank you so much, Denise. We've got a couple more questions. I'm tossing Ernie's out to pasture because you can private message with Ernie. And I did want to let you know that Matthew Lesh with the Automated Transit Systems asked a question as well, and perhaps you can follow up with him offline. We've got a lot more to cover and want to stay on track today. Before we bring Roger back on for a general Q&A session, I wanted to just review the morning poll and the results of that poll. Let me pull it up on my secondary computer. This is an iPhone 6S, by the way. I'm very advanced, and I got a photo shot of the final poll, and here are the results. Now, hang on, strap yourself to your seat, get back. If you're in your kitchen getting a cup of coffee, now's the time. You got to get back so you can hear the results of this. So the question was, what do you think will happen with single occupancy vehicles in the post-COVID era? The first response was there will be a higher percentage of single occupancy vehicle use. 23 respondents voted on that one. That represented 42% of all respondents. The second choice was single occupant vehicle use will be the same as pre-COVID. One of you responded to that, and you represented 2% of the overall community of voters and respondents here. The third response, there will be a decrease of single occupancy vehicle use due to the increase in telecommuting. Raise your hand if you think that was the majority vote, because it was. 31 respondents voted for that one, representing 56% of the overall population here. And the last one, there will be a decrease of single occupant vehicle use due to increase of public transportation or other multi-occupancy modes. A grand total of 0 respondents chose that. And I'm going to tell you, to defend the mass transit, public transit, we've got Marcia Bomar as a guest in the first session of our second segment, which is in the second 2-hour block of this program. And you'll be very interested to hear some of Marcia's perspectives on this. But anyway, I thank you for participating in the first poll. There will be others throughout the day. And we encourage more than, what we get, about 55 voters. So I think that's pretty representative of the whole. So if we could bring Roger in, we'll start our Q&A for our session about how we move forward. Welcome back, Roger.
Thank you.
And just to plug, I respect everything about the Pacific Northwest, even the Oregon State Beaver shirt that I'm wearing, because I am an alumni of Oregon State University. And to plug things further, I'll step aside and show you the cover of my wife's first published book on self-help, A Human Mosaic. But you have to go research that on your own to find out where you can get a copy. All right, so let's go ahead and start searching for things here. I've got, let's see. How about for Roger, how does the shortage on department revenues impact on the local town, city funding programs like street maintenance, repair, paving programs, and all? And that was offered up by Juan Porras Alvarado with the Infrastructure Systems Committee.
Well, it's another great question. You don't have the revenue, you don't do the work. And what we're seeing, state gas tax is way down, and our state gas tax, we collect about 49.5 cents of state gas tax. 12 cents of that goes to cities and counties. With that revenue down about 40%, they're going to have 40% less money to spend. The federal money that comes to the state that goes to cities and counties is pretty much staying in place, and we're hopeful that the Congress will see fit to include state DOTs, and through the state DOTs, cities and counties in some kind of revenue relief as a part of the next stimulus package. But what we're seeing in our budget at the DOT, we're trying to protect, to the extent that we can, the operation and maintenance and preservation of our existing system. And where we need to make cuts, the first place we're going to make cuts will be to capital investments that expand the system. And that is going to be a problem. Each of those capital investments has a constituency, proud sponsors and the like. And so it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation. The other thing we're seeing is cities and counties laying people off. And for us, I was reviewing during the break there, our package that's going to the governor this week. We're being requested to present up to 15% cuts for our biennial budget. We'll have to take those cuts over half the biennium because we're halfway through. So we're looking at a 30% cut to our program, which is going to affect the team for sure.
Yeah, it's such a dynamic situation right now, because we've got, on one hand, I do a lot of work at airports, and airports are suffering a little bit too, because the airlines are, passengers, it's not there. So the revenue is not being generated. Yet there's a whole host of projects that need to be done, and it's the ideal time to do them because you're not impacting safety and operations and all the rest. I imagine the same is true on highways and streets. It's a great time to get contractors in, do their work, because there's less impact on all the operations. What's your thought? What's the thought up in Washington about trying to get work done without knowing that the revenue pot is drying up?
Well, we've been, we're actively building stuff. But when the governor first imposed the Stay Home, Stay Healthy directive, we had a conversation. And after that conversation, I shut down all of our construction projects. And the reason I shut down all of our construction projects is the workers were afraid to come to work. We had better than 40% absenteeism on these jobs. And what we were hearing from our partners in organized labor is the contractors don't have safety plans in place. They don't have the PPE. And our folks, while they want to remain employed, while they want to be productive, don't want to subject themselves and their families to the threat of COVID-19. So we had a construction roundtable that came together, and labor and industry and government in very short order came up with an agreement on how to proceed. And the safety action plans are in place. The PPE is in place. People are being trained in safe construction practices. And we are very strictly enforcing that. And we're back at work. It's a great time to do work. But unfortunately, perhaps fortunately, because my grandchildren have not had their future mortgaged by state government, we have to balance the budget every 2 years. And I go to jail if I spend more money than is appropriated for me. So we will be making cuts. And that means during a time when we should be making change to the system, we won't have the resources to do that. The other thing that I'm looking at is what kinds of changes should we be making to the system with telecommunity, just exploding, with people closer to home and discovering that they can walk and bike. Transit was down, traffic was down, walking and biking in Washington State way up 200% and 300%. So coming out of the pandemic, and Denise might see the same thing in New York, but coming out of the pandemic, we need to make investment in sidewalks. We need to make investment in protected bike lanes. We need to take some of the stuff that we've seen in the Netherlands and in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and bring that to Washington State. We need to make investments in smart technologies. We need to make investments with the private sector in decarbonizing our transportation space. If we're going to have more delivery vehicles, I'd love them to be electric delivery vehicles. I'd love them to be human-powered delivery vehicles. So the investment needs to continue. The investment needs to shift. And we're hopeful, again, and ASC has been a leader in this. We're working really hard with our congressional delegation and nationwide with the Congress on bringing revenue relief to the DOTs near term. And we're also working really hard on what the next transportation package looks like. And Emily Feenstra on ASC staff and Amer and TNDI, we're working really hard to make sure that civil engineers' good ideas are incorporated into the next transportation bill.
Thanks. That just triggers so many thoughts and questions in my mind, but I'm going to go to the board here and bring Denise back into our conversation. Tyler up at our TNDI Boston section has asked, is the morale for transit commuter rail still high in terms of personal safety, or do you expect a significant flip from regional rail to personal vehicle?
I think that's a great question. It's something that we're all grappling with in terms of encouraging more sustainable transportation options. The challenge that we have, I think, is definitely perception. Some of it may be actually real, and we've seen that MTA has really ramped up their cleaning of the public transportation systems, and they've been whether it be bus as well as subway. We've seen some recovery in terms of ridership, but it's no way on the scale that we've seen automobile recovery. So that's a bit concerning for us, and we want to make sure that we continue to encourage use of transit and buses, but also making sure that the public is confident that it's actually safe for them to actually use these services. And that requires a lot more investment in making sure that those spaces are clean. We've seen MTA testing out UV type of disinfection for their spaces to ensure the public. I think that there's a lot of that, and communicating to the public that's going to be a part of our messaging as well. But again, it also goes back to thinking about where our job centers are actually located, and really, as I talked about earlier, it's a huge concentration in a specific area. So there's been also a lot of discussion about how do we locate our job centers so that we can use more sustainable options to get there as well.
Yeah, something we're looking at and talking with transit agencies around the state is this is a great opportunity to rethink our route structures for our transit systems. There are a lot of one of the most difficult things for a transit agency to do is to cancel a route. They've always got a constituency, but if we can consolidate routes, which means people might need to walk or bicycle further to get to a stop. But if we can do that, we can have fewer routes, which means we can have more frequent service, which means we can provide that service and the social distancing that's needed. Because what we're seeing today is, the bus is every 15 minutes, and by the time it gets to your stop, it's full, it rolls on by, and you wait another 15. If we had a bus in that route every 3 minutes, maybe everybody could get through. But the only way to do that with the resources we have is we have to stop the low volume, low efficiency routes that wander back and forth through the neighborhoods and do more of an express type service, more of a bus rapid transit type service, and link that to people walking, people biking, people Ubering and Lyfting, from their homes to transit or from transit to their place of work or where they're shopping. It's an opportunity to think outside the box.
No, I love that response, and that's you talk to, or you listen to the leaders of everything that's going on, whether it be political leaders or whatever. And we've got New York. I've been enamored by tuning into Governor Cuomo's news briefings every day, and he's handling things very, very well, I think. But I don't want to get into a political discussion here. I'm just surprised that he hasn't had Denise on his program as a guest to offer up some of her knowledge in freight transportation and distribution there. So Denise, I'm looking forward to you getting on that program. Hope it happens soon. All right, let's go to John Ming, who represents the CAV Impact Committee. First, thank you, Roger, for your beautiful, excellent presentation. He didn't say beautiful, he just said excellent presentation. You mentioned that public transportation agencies have already felt the impact of COVID-19, i.e. revenue reduction, travel behavior changes. How would this impact public transportation agencies' involvement in connected and automated vehicle development, testing, and deployment?
Well, another great question. The connected and automated vehicle testing, development, and deployment that's going on, in one of my other spare time hobbies, I co-chair with the Secretary from the state of Delaware, Jennifer Cullen. I co-chair the Cooperative Automated Transportation Coalition, which is the AASHTO and ITS America and ITE and a host of other organizations looking at the future of this cooperative automated transportation space. There are a lot of people that talk about connected and autonomous vehicles. I think they're really cool. I'm worried about the folks that focus on the vehicles are thinking about a technology and imposing a technology upon us as opposed to thinking about the system and the community. The way I describe it is, are we going to harness technology to achieve the kind of future we want for ourselves and our children and our grandchildren, or are we going to put technology's harness on? So public transportation, there's going to be people involved for quite a while. How you get to public transportation via Uber, Lyft, Jump, Lime, Scooter, this, that, I think there's some great opportunities there. I think there's some great opportunities with advanced driving assistance. We're getting a lot of benefit from automatic braking. We're getting a lot of benefit from blind spot monitoring and the like. Let's keep that stuff going. But I think, I have a colleague from Europe that talks about being 99.99% of the way there with this fully autonomous vehicle. He says, well, imagine you're climbing Mount Everest. And if you fly to New Delhi, you're 99% of the way there. If you go from there to Kathmandu, you're 99.9% of the way. You go to the base camp, you're 99.99% of the way to the top. All you have left to do is climb Mount Everest. So waiting for that magic bullet, I don't see that happening. I do see technology advancing and us taking advantage of that on the public transportation vehicles as a part of a multimodal and integrated multimodal system that includes public transportation vehicles, the Uber, Lyft, rideshare kind of things, the micro transit, the micro systems that we're seeing. It's an exciting time to be in the space, but you have to think more broadly about it than just the car or the bus.
All right, thanks. We've got time for maybe one, possibly two questions. One of them, Denise, your thoughts. What is the potential for implementing self-cleaning surfaces?
I can't speak much on that. I know that the MTA has invested significantly in doing the disinfecting and testing different types of technologies. However, it's not something that I am particularly involved in, but I can't necessarily speak to that.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I think Marcia Bomar, who represents, she's a general manager, assistant general manager for MARTA, which is the Metro Atlanta Rail Transit system here in Atlanta, Georgia. She'll probably speak to that a little bit about getting ridership confident back, and that's really, to jump in an airplane right now or to jump on a train right now. Some people are going to be comfortable with it, others are going to be fearful of it, and it's a matter of getting that confidence restored. But to Roger's point, we don't have to do things the same way when we come out of this. We can come out of this bigger, better. This is force and change. Change in our world is very hard to come by unless something really big jumps in front of us and a big hurdle that has to be overcome, right? So this is force and change, and to me, it's going to be, we're going to come out of this better than we were when we went into it. I think our transportation agency is going to have to figure out where revenue is going to come from to support the activities, because right now the majority of revenue is coming from gas tax, right? If we shift the balance over to electric vehicles, we're going to have to figure out a different way to collect tax revenue on that, because gas is going to slowly move away, and we need certain revenues to support our infrastructure, and it's got to come from somewhere. So anyway, let me ask, I think I've got just enough time for one more question. I'm going to ask both of you, and I'll let Denise respond to it first. Going forward, what is the one major change that you expect to see in transportation and development?
So I think that's a great question, but it hinges on a lot of our investments in sustainable transportation and more walkable, more livable communities. Roger said earlier, really investing in modes and sidewalk infrastructure as well is certainly going to be important. We are looking at ways that cities are going to be evolving and being a lot more walkable. And as we see a lot more investments in really decentralizing in some ways kind of where some of the job centers are, there's certainly going to be a lot more investments in demand management as well. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot more shared use mobility services as we move forward. Certainly there is a push to increase better access to transportation in different modes, as well as to communities that don't necessarily have access to the same types of transportation services. So hopefully we'll see a lot more investments across the board, not just in the core, but also as you move further out to improve access for low income, minority, as well as other types of communities in the outskirts.
All right, well, thank you. And Roger, apologize, we're out of time. I'm going to let you off the hook, and I think you're done for the day.
Sounds
Get
good.
back to your day job. I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone for joining us for our first segment of the summit. We've had some great interaction, good questions. I wish we could talk live between everyone rather than put things in a chat box and hope that your questions asked and answered. But like we say, this is our first time of producing something like this. So we're going to keep it moving along while our segment 2 folks, our presenters, collect themselves in our staging area. We're going to play our transportation development promo video. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, I guess 1 o'clock. I've lost track of time. I'm having so much fun. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to continue on with Lucy and Marcia and others on the COVID-19 initiatives. All right, thank you for joining us, and have a nice break.
Transportation is an incredibly dynamic field that has changed dramatically in the last century plus.
In the early 1800s, we started to use rail, which got people moving from place to place, gave us the ability to share goods and services and experiences.
In 1900, we're all getting around on horses, and the waste was a huge public health problem. By 1910, horses were all gone. 10 years. And shifts like that happen.
There's a lot of new technology coming out, and it's really interesting to see how it all is coming together. From the engineering perspective, how we incorporate all that stuff while still allowing for people to use the modes that they're currently using, whether that's getting around by car or a bus or train, thinking about trucks and all these other things. It's really important to be thinking about, from the engineering design perspective, how we incorporate all these things safely together.
As a transportation professional, as soon as the TNDI was established, I immediately joined the TNDI because I knew that was going to be where my technical home was when it came to transportation engineering.
The Transportation and Development Institute is a technical institute of the American Society of Civil Engineers. We bring professionals together from all over the world to talk about the latest and greatest in materials, in processes, in operations, in systems management, in planning and economics.
We have members who come together to share ideas and share experiences to help promote transportation and development.
This is such an exciting time. There are older people like me, but we need younger members to be able to drive us to the future.
There's a lot of great opportunities for younger engineers to get involved in the Transportation and Development Institute. It's a great opportunity to get face time with a lot of senior people in the industry who are really knowledgeable, really know their stuff. They have a broad network that you can meet people that you might not otherwise be able to meet.
I would strongly recommend to all young engineers that they get involved, and TNDI is a great spot to be involved. They have the possibility of really providing some insight here into how this change in the transportation system is going to affect and be affected by the infrastructure systems that are in place and that we will be developing over coming decades.
One interesting thing about transportation and development is you tend to get
academic people, but you also get practitioners, and the practitioners are a mix of private industry as well as government officials. And so it's a community that has all these different interests, and it tends to be a very congenial community.
But the fact is, no one knows more about operating systems on our existing transportation network than civil engineers and members of ASC TNDI.
With the American Society of Civil Engineers, and particularly the Transportation and Development Institute, what we're looking at are those relationships between transportation policy, economic policy, housing, social equity, public health policy. All of those things are related.
And so it's so important that we have these large, comprehensive dialogues. And we're so happy to see ASCE bringing people together with very diverse backgrounds and knowledge.
We have numerous committee meetings on various different topics that everyone is allowed to come to. It's always interesting to hear the opinions of the young folks, and it's places where you can go and meet the people that were perhaps not even reachable to you, and you thought they weren't reachable to you.
Well, I'm editor-in-chief of the Journal of Transportation Engineering. And the nice thing about working on a journal like that is it's the repository of the professional knowledge of civil engineers.
Being able to come to a place like the Transportation and Development Institute at the American Society of Civil Engineers helped to define what this next 100 years of transportation and land use development is going to look like.
One thing I really enjoy about the transportation field is it's not the same. The earth is not the same. What we build it on is not the same. It's different in different countries, different locations.
And the field is moving way faster than it has really at any point in the past.
Innovation in transportation is not only in automobiles, but it's in all the modes. It's in trucking, it's in public transportation, it's in railways, it's in inland waterways, and it's in air, and it's starting to become more and more in space.
We bring the people together to have those conversations. It's a great resource for our members. It's a great resource for society.
We'll be looking to organizations like TDI to make sure that our transportation network is moving into the future.
I'm changing the world for the better. I want to leave the world a better place than I found it. There's a great opportunity to do that in what we do.
The dog needs to go out for a walk. The cat needs to go out. It's time for a break. Take 2 minutes and go out with the cat, the dog, or football, and come back in just a few minutes and we'll get things started again. Thanks. Thanks for hanging with us.
Hi, everyone. I am Lucy Pretty. I am a member of the TNDI Board of Governors. And Rick, we're Engineer City, USA here in Vicksburg, Mississippi, or at least that's our claim to fame. Today, I have with me our 5 TNDI Technical Council chairs and one of our ASCE board members who also is a former TNDI president and is currently MARTA's assistant GM. Today, we're going to talk about TNDI committee members involved in COVID-19 initiatives, or what is the new normal from a representative council chair's perspectives. Our first speaker today is Denise Rivas, who's probably a little exhausted from answering all the questions earlier this morning. But Denise, would you please share with us your perspective of planning, from the perspective of planning and development, and what is the new normal?
Sure. Thank you, Lucy. I think, there's so many developments that we're seeing that we're continuing to monitor those trends. When we think about the Planning and Development Council, we have 4 technical committees focusing on economics and finance, sustainable transportation, infrastructure systems, and freight and logistics. And all of these are actually merging concepts that I think we all touched on earlier this morning. When we think about economics and finance, how are we going to pay and finance our transportation infrastructure, particularly when the model that has been built to finance our infrastructure has been primarily based on the gas tax, which has not changed significantly and tied very much to fuel usage and all of that. Conversations particularly around ensuring that we're being able to balance and accommodate freight into complete streets design and accommodations as part of our recovery is going to be critically important when we think about freight movement and the increase of freight activity. Roger touched on the decarbonization of transportation and sustainable transportation modes and just sustainable transportation elements. I think it's going to be critical post-COVID as we move forward, and we have to double down on a lot of our investments and research around looking at sustainable transportation, resiliency, and recovery. And then we also have to touch on the issues as it relates to equity and really how this is impacting transportation. Transportation and equity really should be going hand in hand when we think about the impacts as well. So it's really multifaceted when we think about infrastructure systems and the investments in the different types of civil engineering structures and systems that need to be put in place. It really touches on a lot of those efforts. Some of the team members within our council have been focusing on ideas for different research, topics, standards. So I really think this creates an opportunity for innovation, for TNDI to be at the leading out front, really, to push the envelope for getting financing for our infrastructure and making sure that we move a lot of these things forward, but also bringing in other folks in line. Some of the members within the council are also in academia, and they talked about standards for testing, and especially as a lot of education elements are we're converting to distance-based learning. How will that impact the civil engineering profession and even testing for certification? So I think it's a really broad gamut, but that just gives you a flavor of what we've all talked about so far.
Thank you very much, Denise. I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions at the end of the session for you and all of our council chairs. Our next speaker is Bob Bryson. And Bob, from the perspective of roadways, what is the new normal?
Strange is what it is right now, too. Roadway Council itself has 2 different distinct groups in there, too. One is in the design and construction of the roadway systems, and the other is in the operational aspects of the roadway with our traffic operations and also our safety people in there too. Just in talking to our members too, one of the big things that's being stressed right now is the importance of communications and being able to talk to people and actually get the work done remotely too. We're getting information that, there's no changes to deadlines that have to be done. Grant fund applications have to be submitted. Construction projects are going on. And there still has to be communications with clients. So it's going to take a little bit of a change and some getting used to. And this may impact the way things happen as we get out of this too. One of the things that I'm really happy to bring forward too is one of our committees, the construction committee, is taking the bull by the horns on this too. And what they are looking at doing is to provide web information on construction activity and how states are coming out of this and keeping up with requirements to get things going. They're looking at having a link on a website to provide access to information that's specific to the current environment for each of the state DOT's construction. They'll include the individual states' designations of essential projects or steps that they're actually looking to implement to allow work to restart. Right now, they're assembling information on each state and looking to the states to provide updates that they can make available to keep the information current. By doing this, they'll be able to provide information to ASC members looking to understand current requirements or status within their state, or for state members to see what's being employed and possibly working in other states. So with the evolving environment over the next few months, access to the information in this location may prove to be beneficial, and we can look forward to this coming out very soon. In the operations and safety areas, you've heard a lot already about changes in the way commuting and travel is occurring. But as we roll out of this, one of the biggest things is going to be mode selection. And people changing their travel modes, going back to old ways of commuting and all that. The way that transportation systems work is going to be evolving. In Milwaukee here, we had a story on the news this morning that transit is going to be going back to full swing with people paying for their fares too, but bus occupancies are going to be limited to 10 passengers. So how that's going to be affecting use of transit is, it remains to be seen. But as things currently, evolve, our committees have to be able to look into different ways of handling it, different ways of dealing with it, and getting this information out and sharing the information on how this works and how people can respond to it is going to be critical, particularly in our operations committee. So that's just a quick look at what's ahead for Roadway Council.
Thank you very much, Bob. Our next speaker is John Ming Jang. John Ming, would you please share with us what will be the new normal with emerging technologies as we come out of COVID-19?
He's muted. John Ming, you're muted.
It's like technical difficulties here. Here we go.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Lucy. For the Emerging Technologies Council, we currently have 4 active committees. And one is the Connected Autonomous Vehicles Committee, and another is Unmanned Aerial System Committee, the Artificial Intelligence Committee, and also Data Sensing and Analytics Committee. So even though we do not have any of our members directly involved with remediating COVID-19, we do have some of our committee members, including our current committee chairs, engaged in research work related to COVID-19. We recognize that COVID-19 has a significant impact on how we live and how we work. One thing that is obvious, the traffic on our roadways has significantly reduced, which in turn has increased the travel reliability at least for the time being. As for the new normal, we believe more people will choose to work from home even after the pandemic. We definitely see people getting used to doing everything virtually, and we have virtual conferences and meetings. We deliver online lectures. We even organize virtual happy hours with colleagues and friends. So we believe that TNDI can capitalize on the fact that people have developed new skills to do things virtually by developing more online webinars and workshops and other professional activities to enhance distance learning. In short, we believe there are plenty of opportunities ahead, both our committees and TNDI as a whole, to take the leadership and to turn the challenges into opportunities. That said, we do miss the in-person interactions we used to have with our colleagues and friends. So that's essentially a quick summary of what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rich Thuma, and he is going to provide his perspective, his council's perspective, on what the new normal is for aviation.
Thanks, Lucy. Just emerging from quarantine here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all. So how has COVID-19 affected aviation? Well, there's no surprises. It's very significantly affected aviation. Passenger counts in April of 2020 were only about 5% compared to what they were in April 2019. So this has huge impacts on airport revenues because you have lower sales through airport vendors, lower parking revenues, and a loss of landing fees because so many flights have been cut. So as a result, airports are really looking at tightening their budgets to eliminate unnecessary spending. At the same time, as Rick mentioned earlier, many airports are accelerating construction projects that were already underway to get the work finished while the aircraft movements are down. And at the same time, airports are also anticipating high rates of federal funding at the 100% or 90%, at the 100% federal funding level instead of 75% or 90%. So in some cases, designs are actually being accelerated to take advantage of the availability of those federal funds. At the same time, airport planners have been challenged with creating spaces to temporarily store grounded aircraft. You've probably seen pictures of aerial photos of taxiways that are filled with parked airplanes. And they're also helping airports with plans to temporarily shut down gates or shut down whole wings of a concourse. So our members are dealing with the COVID-19 situation in a number of ways. As I said, executing, in some cases, accelerating design and construction projects on airports. They're developing plans for parking grounded aircraft, and they're helping airports navigate the funding scenarios and choose where to most wisely spend their limited dollars while taking advantage of those federal funding sources. So what does the future hold? Lots of uncertainty. Some forecasters are predicting a return to only about 50% traffic by the end of the year. And everybody knows that may be optimistic. Small market airports that have a limited number of commercial service connections may lose their air service or lose the number of connections or reduction in flights compared to what they were used to. Cargo operations, on the other hand, are up. They're expanding because more products are being shipped by air, like by carriers like UPS, FedEx, and Amazon. They're all, going gangbusters. And another question is, will there be a resurgence of corporate air travel as a way to reduce the exposure of risks of traveling through large airports? I can definitely see that happening. So I'm confident our committee members will be leading the charge as we navigate through the coming months of uncertainty. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Walt Kulik, and he is going to give council perspective for rail and public transit.
Thank you, Lucy. The Rail and Public Transit Council includes the Public Transportation Committee, the Rail Transportation Committee, and the Automated People Movers Committee. There is a fourth committee under development and setup. This is the Automated Transit Systems Committee. No one in either of the committees is directly involved with COVID-19 remediation. However, there are a number of interactions among selected committee members in the transportation community that they are involved with. The impact on TNDI's future products related to these committees includes the following. There will be fewer face-to-face conferences, but these will become more meaningful as time goes on. There will be more webinars and podcasts, particularly focused on the new normal in the transit, freight, and intercity passenger rail and automated people mover community. There will be reduced, transit, Amtrak ridership and freight carloads and resultant new pressures on operational budgets, increased automation, particularly with emphasis on intermodal connectivity, increased biking and first mile, last mile connections, new maintenance procedures related to increased sanitation, and increased use of contactless payment systems. Certainly, there will be more journal subjects focused on COVID-19 impacts and lessons learned. And finally, as a short list, there will be more mini courses under the continuing education component. In collaboration with the council, the new norm for the TNDI profession, including engineering and planning, will include more online collaboration and use of virtual tools. Certainly, the traditional workspace will be drastically impacted, and also working remotely from home and remotely becomes basically the new norm. This will result in a digital world for the civil engineering and environmental engineer and planner that's more productive, more collaborative, but also more complex. The profession, I feel, will have more information, more data analysis, and big data on people movement and behavior resulting from the increased use of creating this data. This will result in more productive and effective transportation systems and operations. Very quickly, regarding the various transportation systems, public transit has seen increased cleaning and disinfecting, transit route and service modifications and reductions. This has all resulted in significantly reduced ridership in many of our operations across the country and across the world. There's been a 90% reduction, for example, on heavy rail in DC, London, Paris, and Tokyo. Agencies admittedly are worried about significant permanent drops in ridership. Freight railroads have seen increased frequency of cleaning and sanitation at all levels, including headquarters, maintenance facilities, and dispatch and operations centers. The economic downturn has resulted in reduced carloads on freight traffic. This includes coal, auto parts, steel products, and petroleum. Amtrak has halted service on certain routes. Ridership and ticket revenue has fallen significantly, as much as 95%. And finally, in the automated people mover and automated transit systems world, certainly increased sanitizing of vehicles, significant changes in operations and schedules. Some of these new procedures and changes to operations will become more permanent for a long time. However, the expected future of connected mobility and autonomous vehicles will include, I feel, increased ridership on automated and autonomous systems. So that's a kind of a quick look at the impact on our council members specifically and the transportation community at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walt. And last but not least is Marcia Anderson Bomar, and she's going to give us a perspective on what the new normal is for MARTA.
Great. Thank you so much, Lucy, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. So the new normal in the near term is very much like what others have described. We certainly have been following all the CDC rules. We have the majority of our staff teleworking, which in many ways has been very productive. But as I have 200 people on my team, and as we have discussed, we really miss that together time. We miss the energy that we get from each other. So I'm not as convinced that the new normal is everybody teleworking. We have a task force that's working on what the new normal work environment will be and how we will bring people back to the office over time. We have 3 types of service. We have bus service, heavy rail service, well, 4 really, bus, heavy rail. We have 1 streetcar line, and then we have mobility services. So for a period of time, we completely halted the mobility services until we could figure out how to operate those safely. We've now put some rules in effect, and we have limited mobility services because we have a lot of people dependent on us to get them to medical appointments and the like. So it's important that we provide some level of service there. The rail service, we're about 70% down in ridership. At the beginning, we maintained our regular schedule. We've now gone to our weekend schedule, which is a little bit less frequent, but still good levels of service. And the reason we have to do that is because we want to provide adequate capacity so that social distancing can be observed while providing service. On the bus side, the changes took a little bit of time to put in place, but have been pretty dramatic. We typically run a little over 100 routes. We had to reimagine our system. We have about 40 routes that are very, very, very heavily utilized and continue to be very heavily utilized. So in order to provide enough capacity, we had to terminate some routes that had traffic, ridership that dropped very close to zero, to move those buses and operators over to these other routes. The way it's set up now, first of all, we do have rear entry loading. We are in the process of installing plastic shields for the operators. And when that's complete, we'll be able to have patrons come back in through the front. So right now, we're not collecting fares on the buses. We are on the rail stations. We have seats marked out so that patrons can only sit in select seats. The operators, as soon as they have those available seats taken, change their sign to full drop-off only, and another bus swoops in behind them and begins to pick up the passengers who are waiting. So we've really had to adapt our service pretty dramatically. We have also taken advantage of the drop in ridership. We have 1 station that is really only to serve all of the big event venues. So the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the State Farm Arena, the World Congress Center. There are no events happening. So we shut down the station and we accelerated quite a few of our construction projects. An 8-week elevator rebuild, we were able to accomplish in 2 weeks without disturbing a single patron. Fixing roof leaks, deep cleaning the stations, all of those things that we can do quickly and thoroughly and effectively, we've really accelerated. I also have the construction group in my team, and so we've had to implement some safety measures. All contractors as well as MARTA staff are required to wear masks, to stay as far apart as is practical. In limited circumstances out in the field, there are hopefully brief moments where groups need to get together to move a piece of equipment or to do something else, and they are allowed to do that if they're wearing the appropriate protective equipment, but they need to minimize the amount of time that they're in proximity. I'm very happy to say that through all this, we have not had a single positive COVID test in our group. So they've been very thorough about observing all the rules, and so far things are going well that way. We've resequenced a number of projects. We're not having trouble staffing our projects, but some of our contractors are. For example, we have a contractor who has a sub located in Canada, and they have not been allowed to travel. So we've had to resequence their project so that those resources are not needed at this time. Probably the biggest challenge is the supply chain. There are some materials that have been easy to acquire. There are others that have been more difficult or certainly been delayed in delivery. So again, we've had to do a lot of adjusting and adapting. As I mentioned, we are doing a return to work task force. We know that there are things that we do where we can be very productive remotely, but there are things that are just better done together. And so we're looking for that sweet spot for how to bring people back to the office. I have tremendous respect for all the organizations that have done what TNDI is doing today, bringing content to our membership remotely. And we are certainly taking advantage of that and providing a lot of professional development for our team while they are working remotely. And so good habits are being formed because now I think they're more open to partaking of these opportunities, even when they're back at their desks in the office. But I think we all have to look forward to that balance. I will say that in the transit world, a lot of what we do is very long term. So even though ridership is down and other things are faltering in the short term, certainly revenues are. We are sales tax and fare box dependent outside of our federal partnerships. And so, of course, revenues are down pretty dramatically. But, we look at a 5-year horizon for getting back to an okay place. Well, we all know how long construction projects take, so we're not going to stop things now that we know we're going to need 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now, because this is the right time to get them done. So for next year, we have a capital budget of about almost $400 million. We'll be doing about 100 projects or programs and projects next year and, over the next 10-year period. So, we have every confidence that we're going to find that path forward, that over time we will rebuild confidence. We've been working with Delta Airlines, adopting some of their good practices for sanitizing their airplanes. And we've been fortunate enough that they've helped us acquire some specialized equipment that is allowing us to do an even more thorough and long-term cleaning, sanitizing job on our rail cars and now our buses. So some great partnerships have been forged as a result of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcia. Now we've come to the time where we're going to ask a couple questions. And we have one question from Amir Varna from the Aviation Planning and Operations Committee. And the question is, the new normal will be reduced capacity for sake of safety. What will be the short-term and long-term implications? I'm going to throw this to the panel and hopefully get 1 or 2 perspectives. Don't everybody go at once.
Okay. Richard, do you want to start?
Sure. So I think, in the short term, we're seeing that airlines, I'll talk from the aviation perspective, airlines are adapting their processes, adapting their seating, much like we heard Marcia talk about buses. I hadn't heard anything about that before, but, limiting the number of seats on buses, airlines are doing the same thing. I've seen concepts of reversing seating and putting plexiglass between seats so that you can sit people closer together, but there's some sort of shield in between. I think some of those things are going to happen initially, but I would suspect won't happen long-term because it won't be very efficient for the airlines. But long-term, I think, ultimately we may see some facility design changes in the way airports work and to create more space between one another. So that we can handle this sort of thing when and if it ever happens again.
Mm-hmm. I can just say I'm ready for them to have all the answers, because this is the longest I've been on the ground in 20 years, and I'm ready to start flying again. So, just saying.
We have
Lucy, I can add just a few more.
Sure, Denise, go ahead.
Sure. We've seen other changes too as it relates to architects of folks that are thinking about how to design spaces. So modular systems that are flexible as well are some early design responses that we've been seeing. So a new appreciation for public health risks in the built environment as well. We're also seeing some changes, particularly from the freight and logistics side, where warehousing, land, and other types of land use developments are likely going to be even more important to accommodate the increased demand that we're seeing. So that's something that may likely be a longer term type of development. And particularly as it relates to technology enhancements, the contactless type of services or things like shared use lockers are definitely something that we're seeing that's going to be more prominent as folks get more used to having their deliveries at home as well. So a combination of things, investments in more renewable and different types of construction material for infrastructure, I think will likely change some of the things that we're doing as well.
All right, we have time for one last question. And this question is, what will it take to restore user confidence when it comes to returning to sporting events or even employees getting back to commuting? What do we do to restore confidence?
Well, I think short term, we've talked about a lot of them, the providing more space, the extra attention to sanitation practices. I think those are the things that are going to build. I think also reporting data that we have on our website. We have all the information. We have had incidents of employees who have been tested positive. So communicating and showing how we're isolating the situations and how we're handling them effectively to minimize the likelihood of contagion. So I think those are some of the elements that have to be very, very out front to help start developing that confidence.
I think we have time for one more perspective on this question.
Yeah, I agree with Marcia. I think information and transparency is really key to restoring confidence. That's what then people can get comfortable with making their own decisions as far as travel and whether they're exposing themselves. If they have confidence that the agencies that all of us are involved in are adequately managing the situation and doing everything they can and being transparent with that information out to the users, I think that all contributes to building confidence and restoring confidence and some sort of safety in the sense of traveling.
Thank you. I do apologize. We have a number of questions that are still coming in, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next session, but we're going to take all of the unanswered questions and we'll provide responses to those later on in the summit. So our next speaker, I want to introduce. She is the newest TNDI staff member, Taylor, and she is going to introduce a short video. So welcome, Taylor, and here you go.
Hello, my name is Taylor, and I'm the newest addition of TNDI. It has been a sincere pleasure meeting so many of you already. But for those of you who I have not met yet, I look forward to meeting you and working with you and all of the TNDI committee members. It's exciting to hear all the achievements that TNDI members are accomplishing, including the items that Lucy and the council chairs just covered. We want to show you another example of the kind of activities our amazing members are up to. Check it out.
Once you understand how the pavement layer in a runway is failing, you can design it so that the failure does not occur. My name is Navneet Garg, and I design airport runways to handle the aircraft traffic of today and tomorrow in a safe and efficient way. And what this machine does is simulates years of aircraft traffic, and we look at how the pavement structure fails, how the materials perform under the combined effect of aircraft load and the environment. Commercial aircraft industry keep coming up with newer aircraft. We as FAA have to stay a step ahead of them. Growing up as a kid, I was very fascinated by the airplanes. So we didn't have any airplane models available, so what I used to do was collect aircraft photographs. After starting working for FAA, I have been collecting airplane models, and I have a whole collection of airplanes at my home. I feel very fortunate enough to be involved in a research that has global impact. It lets me combine my passion for civil engineering and my love for aviation.
Hi, everyone. This is Eva Lerner-Lamb. It's really a great honor for me to participate. This is actually my 4th or 5th leadership summit, going back to the early 1990s, when I was actually on the executive committee of the former Urban Transportation Division. And although there have been many significant challenges for transportation and development professionals over the past 4 decades, I gotta say, this coronavirus and now the racial injustice protests together at the same time in 2020 is truly a gut punch. And you know, I'm very grateful for the tremendous expertise exhibited in this leadership summit, and kudos to the TNDI staff for pulling this together as efficiently as they did. I just want to say that society is really counting on us and our expertise for responding to all of these new challenges. And I want to take the opportunity during these next few minutes to walk us through a 100,000-foot view of where we are. I'd like to look at a bird's eye view of where we are, what our alternative futures might be, what history can teach us, and how we as civil engineers can provide the leadership that society is looking for us to provide. I am going to be showing a video in a moment, but I want to just highlight a few of the game changers that I feel we all need to be aware of. I loved what Roger Millar said. It's not the last yard anymore, it's the last 6 feet. I also like to use the word physical instead of social distancing. I think there are many ways that we're actually becoming more socially connected. So I like using physical distancing. Lower oil and gas consumption resulting from different changes and impacts on manufacturing, agriculture, as well as private car commuting, trucking. Trucking, of course, is going up. But I think we need to be looking at a redefinition of our economy. Our supply chains are changing, retail delivery behaviors are changing. More, I guess, even more important than all of those, I think it's important for us as civil engineers to reckon with the possibility that the soft landing that the SBA and the Treasury and all those folks have been able to do for our country in the last several months may simply not be sustainable. And I think we have to think about and imagine what might happen as mortgage foreclosures happen, as rental evictions happen, as food bank lines that are currently miles and miles long, but consisting of SUVs. Well, what happens when those families who are driving those SUVs can no longer meet their car payments? Unemployment is high and it's going to be higher. So what if we open, but they don't come? I'm also very heavily involved in the performing arts, and I got to tell you, those 5 stages of grief, I'll be talking about those briefly in a few minutes, but man, the artists and the arts community got through all 5 stages real quick, and they are now at the acceptance stage, and their new normal is dramatically different than what just was in existence back in January. So at this point, I'm going to ask the tech crew to please show my video.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eva Lerner-Lamb. I'm a former president of the Transportation and Development Institute, and I've been invited to moderate segment 2 of this ASCE TNDI Leadership Summit. This is a discussion on TNDI programs, opportunities for new products, and content. And it's a 2-hour session. I'm just giving a 10-minute introductory slide presentation, and I'm really excited about getting into a very interesting brainstorming session with everybody on this call. We're here remotely because of something called the coronavirus COVID-19. And we are all, as individuals and as corporations and as team members, trying to deal with the impacts of COVID-19. These impacts include a global economic slowdown, enormously high rates of unemployment, incredibly rapidly developing homelessness problems across this country, food shortages, and a national psyche that's really been hurt. We have suffered previous gut punches, and we have had national responses to those gut punches. 2 within our lifetimes. You know, I'm 65. My parents grew up in the Great Depression, so I view that as sort of still within my lifetime. When that happened in 1929, it took 5 years for the nation to actually get its act together into the Works Progress Administration. And that Works Progress Administration carried us through the beginning of World War II. And then finally in 1943, all of the resources that had been marshaled to build the infrastructure in our country under the Works Progress Administration ended up being pivoted into responding to World War II. And then we went in, and we won that war. And when the war was over, our economy once again was devastated. We had incredible mortal losses, economic losses. We had to start over again. And it was more than a decade until something called the National Defense Highway Act came about. And the jobs that that project created helped us to build back into prosperity. I don't know how many of you in this call know a whole lot about the Works Progress Administration. It was part of something called the New Deal that President Roosevelt put together. And that Works Progress Administration, otherwise known as the WPA, built 40,000 new and 85,000 improved buildings, 5,900 new schools, 9,300 new auditoriums, gyms, recreational buildings, 1,000 new libraries, 7,000 new dormitories, 9,000 new armories. The U.S. Works Progress Administration created 8.5 million jobs. And what are we going to be looking at in this country when we get over those 5 stages of grief, we're suffering a gut punch. Those 5 stages of grief, denial is the first one, anger, the second one, bargaining, negotiation, the third one. We're just beginning the denial stage. We are half of our country, maybe a little bit less than half. This is May 2020. How many people hit the beaches, the lakes over Memorial Day? How many people were in bars and restaurants getting their hair cut, getting tattoos? Much of our nation is still in that very predictable denial stage. I think we all need to anticipate that most of the country is going to be entering the anger stage right around election time this year. But what are some of the lessons that these prior gut punches have taught us? While we work through those mental psyche stages, psychological stages in our mental psyche, while we work through those, we civil engineers can plan the next Works Progress Administration activities. We don't call it Works Progress Administration. We don't call it the New Deal. Both of those terms have a lot of baggage to them. Let's come up with a new name. We need to create jobs. When we get out of the denial stage and the anger stage, this country is going to need to create jobs. And how is that going to happen? You saw that with the Great Depression and the Works Progress Administration. It took 5 years. You saw that coming out of World War II, building into the National Defense Highway Act. That took more than 10 years. We, civil engineers, we need to plan now to be able to get out of this COVID-19 impact. We need to plan now. Then we need to advocate. We need to find the money. We need to engineer the infrastructure. We need to build the infrastructure. We need to operate it, and then we need to figure out how to maintain it. Because we're civil engineers, and we think strategically. We settle on a vision. We decide on a mission. We decide on what our objectives ought to be. We come up with strategies. And then after we have the strategies, we do the tactics. We have to figure out how to accomplish our vision. We're here today as ASCE Transportation and Development Institute Leadership. You know what? We've got this. We know this. We know what our obligation is to society. We know how much we can deliver. We just need to organize ourselves. We just need to agree on what our vision, mission, objectives, strategies, and tactics are, and we've got this. We've got this. I'm now going to open up the
You're ready.
panel discussion. All right. I'm going to now open everything up to discussion and challenge everybody to think boldly, think short-term and long-term. Maybe you can preface your comments with this is a observation about something having to do with what we should be aiming for in the long term. Or you can say, you know what we can accomplish in the short term? So maybe you can preface your comments with some kind of a staging. You know, give us an idea of what you think can be accomplished and should be accomplished in the short term, intermediate term, and long term. All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give some introductory remarks. I'm really looking forward to our discussion today. Thank you.
All right, so David, are you there? Wow, a technical problem here. No, you're not. Oh, Marcia, you can see me. Okay, I wasn't sure whether I was on. All right, well, thank you for watching the presentation. Can everybody hear me? Somebody say yes. Can everybody hear me?
I can't hear you, Eva.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Yin Hai. All right, so that was a sort of heavy PowerPoint presentation. I mean, I think making comparisons with the Great Depression is just a really heavy thing to do. But I think it's actually useful to look at history and keep our fingers crossed and work really, really hard to try to avoid as bad, going into situations that are as bad as what it was. I'm going to take myself off video because I think the bandwidth problem that I am having right now will be mitigated a bit. So I wanted to focus on the lessons that we learned from the Great Depression. And I want to just sort of skate right past all of the specific things that
now I can go back to don't go to that yet. She said he's going to ask for it. Right.
And try to codify sort of society's response. Because if you look at these gut punches as something that we have to grieve over and deal with, and I mean, this may or may not be an actual good corresponding correlation, but I think it's helpful. I think human beings deal with gut punches in these five steps, more or less. First, there's denial, and I think that's where we are right now. I think a lot of society, half of society, thinks that we're going to be able to spring back, and without a vaccine, without face masks, we're going to just be back to normal. I think, especially as we get closer to the elections, and I think this weekend was a precursor. I think it's going to get darker before the dawn. I think we're going to see the next phase, which is anger. I think people are going to start to be very, very angry that they aren't back to normal the way they knew it. The third stage is bargaining. That's where you're really trying to deal with it, right? And what I worry about during the bargaining stage of this COVID-19 era and this racial injustice protest era is that we don't have a lot of bargaining chips to be bargaining with. I'm very concerned about that. And even if you end up bargaining well, you as a human being are likely to go through some period of depression because you miss what you had before and you're scared of what's going to happen in the future now that you've struck your bargains. And then, and only then, does one get to acceptance. And that's when everybody can roll up their sleeves. That is why it took 5 years after the stock market crash of 1929 to come up with something like the Works Progress Administration. David, could you switch to the next slide, please? Now, I mean, hopefully we're not going to get to that point, right? Where instead of SUVs lining up for miles in suburbs, we actually have to be lined up on foot and carry the food home on foot. Hopefully we won't have our children holding picket signs that say, why can't you give my dad a job? But if you project forward just a few months, I mean, I think most people who know me, I think I know a lot of people on this call, know me as a very optimistic person. I gotta tell you, it's really hard. It's really hard to think about August, September, October, and November of this year as being brighter than where we are today. all right, so the third slide, David. You know, during the Works Progress Administration, during the mid-30s, the federal government, regardless of where your politics are, I mean, there are those people who really think that the New Deal brought us prosperity, and there are other people who think that the New Deal was a travesty and it was a bailout that the country didn't deserve. We could have gone in different directions. No matter how your politics are, where your politics are, the fact is we did a New Deal with a gazillion different programs. There were a lot of lessons learned. There were a lot of mistakes made, but we did end up with 70, 80 years of prosperity. We pulled ourselves up by the bootstraps. David, you can take this slide off again. And I feel like we as TNDI have not only the opportunity, but the obligation, the responsibility to help lead not only ourselves, but lead society out of this gut punch. And I think that, you know, I loved all these presentations that have been given so far. I can't wait to hear the remainder. But the Smart Cities initiatives, I co-chair a task committee on standards for smart cities. And I'm struggling today with this satellite internet connection. Hey, I have satellite internet. If I didn't, it costs a fortune for my satellite internet connection, but if I didn't have it, I could not participate in today's call. And talk about an equity divide in this country. This live stream 6-hour call is costing me more than $150 just in internet. I can't do that forever if I don't have a job. And think of how many people are shut out of even a basic internet connection. So I think regardless of your politics, regardless of your specialty area in civil engineering, I think we as a civil engineering community can think together, work together, and ask ourselves, what is the 2020 decade version of the Tennessee Valley Authority back in the Depression? What is the equivalent to the Rural Electrification Administration? What's the equivalent to the National Defense Highway Act that built the infrastructure for the prosperity that we've enjoyed for the past 7 decades? Could it be high-speed internet for rural areas? Could it be 5G? How much do we need 5G for distance-based learning? If school kids are gonna have to learn from home, they're gonna need strong internet. They're gonna need strong cellular connection. What about telemedicine? We need 5G for telemedicine. And then as these cities grow, tomorrow there's going to be a future world vision. I strongly urge everybody to get registered for that webinar about what the world's going to look like in 2070. There's already a huge push for 3D transport. That's vertical and horizontal urban transport. And I think Rich Thuma and I have had a few scattered conversations. I can't wait to talk with Rich again soon. But Uber is looking at building top to building top transport. Food delivery, building top to building top. That'll take a lot of congestion off the streets, but we don't have the highways mapped out, literally the highways mapped out for urban aerial transport. These are all the kinds of ideas that I think society is going to be looking to us as civil engineers to help them think through, how do we get out of this gut punch? And in my view, I think we have to really accept the joblessness that's happening now, that's only going to get worse. The food shortages that are already starting to hit our cities. I think we have to look at these kinds of things and not deny that they are happening. I think once we empower ourselves with the truth of what's happening, joblessness, food shortages, we can then propose the new initiatives, the new infrastructure works that will give people the jobs so that they can feed their families. So I've asked a poll question. Do you think things will get serious enough with COVID-19 that a national program like the New Deal era Works Progress Administration will become necessary to provide civil infrastructure building jobs to unemployed workers? And that's really interesting. The poll results are 79% yes, 7% no, and 14% I don't know. Wow. All right, time to roll up our sleeves. Let's do some imagining. Let's take it not as an opportunity, but as a responsibility to lead. And let's pivot, know what's important to us. Let's pivot and let's retool ourselves. Let's figure out how to mitigate the joblessness and the food shortages that are going to be happening. And let's learn what we can from what happened 70, 80 years ago. I think it's just 2 o'clock now. I think I just ended up using up all my time. No, I have 4 minutes left. Is there any question that anybody has besides, let's see, seems like an ideal time to move forward with connected and autonomous vehicles, says Rick Boudreau on behalf of the TNDI board. For our biggest municipalities like New York, LA, Chicago, since this mode keeps individuals isolated and potential keeps traffic flowing. To preserve cleanliness, the pod must be individually owned and used by no one else but the owner, as opposed to publicly owned pods. What's the solution? Ooh, so Rick knows that I'm a big fan of autonomous vehicles. You know, I think the private autonomous vehicle is going to happen whether we want it to or not, because the auto manufacturers and the technology companies are pushing the vehicle side. I think the question is, do we have the infrastructure, the AASHTO type infrastructure set up to interact with those technologies? And so I'm eager to see CAVs advance. And I think civil engineers, we are not auto engineers. We are civil engineers, and we are supposed to focus on brick and mortar, on concrete, glass, and steel. So we need to ask ourselves, what kinds of civil works are necessary to enable connected and autonomous vehicles? I'm just going to assume that departments of health, OSHA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Homeland Security, I think their job is to figure out how those pods need to be cleansed and disinfected. 2 separate steps, by the way, cleansed and disinfected. Our job as civil engineers is to focus on the civil works, the infrastructure that those autonomous vehicles need in order to operate. Let's see, so any other questions? I'm watching my chat box. I have 2 more minutes. Anyone else have any questions? I do want to say that because I chair co-chair the Engineering Smart X for Smart Cities, I am also concerned about us, because we're so stressed with changing objectives, strategies, and tactics, I am concerned about cybersecurity. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with, for example, an autonomous truck company called TuSimple, TuSimple. You can please Google that. Too Simple has something like 40 autonomous trucks with 10 cameras each driving out of their base in Tucson, Arizona. And I think that's really wonderful in terms of the ability to learn what we need to know to operate autonomous vehicles on highways. But please note that it is not a US-based company. And so the company, which is not based in the United States, is collecting a lot of data about our infrastructure. So I think cybersecurity, personal privacy, and our own infrastructure security is something that we civil engineers are also responsible for. So I want to make sure that I got a chance to say that. All right. Well, thank you all for your attention. It's been an honor and a privilege to participate. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the presentations. Handing it back over to you, ASCE TNDI.
Trip Crosby
has joined the meeting.
Beth
has joined the meeting.
Hello?
Tyler?
No, this is Beth from ICS.
Oh, hey, Beth. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Yeah. Just making it,
Tyler?
Has joined the meeting.
All right, well, this is Trip. Who's here? Tyler's here.
Beth's here.
Okay, the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the...
Yeah, I'll be able to do it in like 30 minutes. John?
Has joined the meeting.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I was just trying to go over the purpose of today's meeting, which is to discuss the Tyler?
Has joined the meeting.
Sorry, guys, I got cut off. Is Paul here? Send him an invite.
Put in your access code.
No, that's your PIN number.
It should be a 9-digit number.
Try pressing the pound key.
Paul.
Has joined the meeting.
Any questions before we move on?
Yes, this is Beth. What's our best plan of attack for the second quarter?
Question
What
actually...
we should do.
Oh,
go ahead. Oh, well, I think what we should do.
It actually depends on how you look at it, because the
really come.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Given sales, we're at
Let me just say that.
Okay.
That's a great graph, John. Tyler?
Well, my main concern with the projections from last year was that they're just insufficient. I mean, they're not even taking into account.
Did we lose Tyler again?
Hello?
John, are you guys taking distributions? John?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Let me start over.
So I've prepared a presentation. I'm sharing it with all of you. You should be able to see it on your screen right now.
Got it.
I don't see a link anywhere.
It says I need to download a plugin.
We are all using Macs, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
How can you?
Financials are looking great. Paul, do you have any comments on staffing?
I was thinking about that because we get a few more contractor types in. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Rex, get down!
I don't know. I feel like when I looked at the numbers last quarter, that you couldn't really tell a huge difference. So if we were to really tighten that up, then I
To me, staffing is a huge impact.
Is that?
Is that me?
That's not me, I don't think.
I just want to go over a couple of details as we move into our next section here. We got 3 new departments coming on board.
Break it up a little bit, guys.
By the end of Q3.
Driving to a
So
dead
I need
spot.
everyone to give me detailed evaluations each
Sorry,
month
guys.
so that we know. That's it, guys. Beth, you'll send out a recap email that could have basically taken the place of this whole meeting, correct?
Yep, always do.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, Beth. Dave, you been here the whole time? Yeah. Huh. Well, thanks everyone once again. Oh, one more
Hi, I'm Debbie Denny, and I'm on staff at the Transportation and Development Institute. Part of my responsibilities with the Institute is to oversee the management of conferences and events. As most of you that are here with us today know, we were all going to be together in Seattle, having this leadership summit in person. So you're probably pretty familiar with some of the things that I'm going to cover in this conferences and industry events under the new norm topic today. This is kind of going to be the best that we can predict anyway. So as we all know, COVID-19 has changed many things, including significantly hitting the travel and hospitality industry. Back in March, when the CDC recommended against events and conferences and gatherings of 250 people or more, and then limited that to 10 people or more, events were canceled in earnest, in a major domino effect all the way from April into May, into June, and beyond. International travel restrictions and impending stay-at-home orders across the country greatly impacted the hotel and airline and travel industry. Airlines consolidated flights or canceled them altogether, and hotels were forced to furlough or lay off many of their employees as they had to slow their operations, and many of them had to shutter their doors. Currently, across the hotel and travel industry, to 53% of their employment, it's unemployed. There's 53% unemployment rate. And for some of the hotel chains, they have up to 85% of their staff furloughed currently. Well, while flights were grounded and hotels were closing, the conferences and events world was overflowing with already created content and communities like ours that were anxious to be with one another and share content. Companies already existed that provided live streaming from events or recorded webinars or created full-on virtual events. But in April and May, a lot of these companies that had the technology and know-how ramped up their online platforms and hit the ground running, offering options for event planners on how to convert to virtual events. As all of our working, educational, and social worlds turned to Zoom, another movement was happening, the explosion of designing online events. These new opportunities continue to expand as each passing week opens new doors and people think of new ways to help us connect. Despite the new virtual options coming, many of us are anxious to get back to in-person events. And so is the travel and hospitality industries. So here's a quick look at some of the things being taken into consideration as we start to reemerge and as we at TNDI start to look at our next in-person and virtual events for the rest of 2020 and beyond. Let's talk about getting there and being there for a moment. I'm talking to a bunch of transportation engineers, so I'm sure you all know that if and when we travel has changed, and how we travel will change, and just how much and for how long will still be determined. For ASCE and TNDI events, the number one way people get to our gatherings is by airplane. So in considering what it will take to return to in-person events for us, I wanted to touch a little bit about that. As of today, June 1st, TSA regulations state that only passengers will touch their boarding passes. Carry-on food must be completely separate from other items. Passengers will be encouraged to wear masks, and all TSA agents will be required to. Passengers will be required to remove prohibited items they've brought themselves. TSA agents will no longer do that. And of course, there will be much longer lines due to the passengers having to stand further apart as you approach the check-in. So design of the TSA areas are going to change. The airline industry, they're working pretty hard to find the best new practices for cleaning aircrafts. There's a lot of new partnerships being created to help facilitate this, including United Airlines partnering with Clorox to develop new procedures for cleaning airplanes. There's going to be a lot of trial and error in booking, how seats are sold, which routes they're going to fly. This is all going to be determined as the need and interest for travel returns. Once you've landed and are looking to get a ride from the airport to the conference facility, we've got ride shares, cabs, public transit, rental cars, all industries that are rapidly adjusting to find how to best serve their customers. We're going to see a lot more plastic dividers between us and everyone else. At the hotel, once you're at the facility, the new normal will take some getting used to. Here's a very brief overview of things that you can expect to see change. Cleanliness. Cleanliness has always been a priority for hotels, but it used to be hidden. Like the vacuuming of lobbies used to happen at 3 a.m. Cleaning's now going to be part of your experience. We're going to see the hotel staff cleaning. They're going to build that into your everyday involvement in being in the facility. There will be new standards of cleanliness. For instance, Marriott International has recently launched a global cleanliness council. This council's rating system will incorporate the food and beverage industry, healthcare industry, and cleaning product industry. The standard has 200 new procedures to create what is called a transmission barrier to protect staff and guests. Hotel rooms are going to change, most likely getting pretty minimalistic. We'll see less extra seating, less pillows, different materials on the bedding and walls. The less there is to clean, the better. The one exception might be a piece of exercise equipment, as hotels are looking at the possibility of eliminating shared spaces like hotel gyms. Having gone to converting for environmental reasons to refillable containers for shampoos and soaps, etc., they're moving back to individual sizes of things. And your personal cell phone is going to likely replace hotel keys, TV remotes, and be the #1 way that you'll order room service. In the shared spaces at the hotel, there's all kinds of things being considered. Lobby spaces and common sitting areas will be spaced differently. Hotel restaurants will not offer as much seating, instead recommending in-room dining. Carpeting designs will offer subtle directional cues and spacing cues. Shared elevator and escalator use will be limited. This is going to impact how we get around the hotel and how our meetings happen there. For the meeting rooms and ballrooms, as we think about planning our future events, well, we love welcoming our attendees at our registration desk, greeting you, getting you your information you need for the event. But how we hand off badges and provide information is significantly going to change likely, relying more and more on conference apps for getting you information. We're also used to sitting pretty close together. The maximum capacity in our plenary sessions and our breakout rooms, but meeting room capacities are going to be much lower. The cleaning of meeting rooms will have to happen between each session, potentially changing the way that we think of building our breaks and our technical programs and how many times we have people switch meeting rooms. And when we do breaks, our networking times and spaces will be different, which we're still figuring out. Hotels are limiting or stopping self-serve coffee stations, buffet lines, past hors d'oeuvres. We'll be reimagining our receptions, our banquets, the exhibit halls, poster sessions, and other networking interactions. As we participate in person, there will be the equivalent of a second event happening concurrently, as sessions are live streamed or recorded to give access to people at home or not with us in person. These hybrid events are going to be the new norm. As the in-person components of events are being redeveloped, virtual events are the hot topic in the meeting world. Many organizations are moving forward with the idea of virtual events only, at least for a year or two. Platforms are allowing for all kinds of experiences, from the attendee being able to walk from session to session, ability to mix pre-recorded and live speakers, and allowing for breakout sessions to run concurrently, just as if you were in a live in-person event. This also allows for the event to be recorded and for people to participate at their own pace or on their own time completely. Virtual exhibit halls are getting fancy too, with the ability for exhibitors to connect one-on-one with attendees and gather information on who's stopped by their virtual booth, or to hold short info sessions at their booth at specific times. As we at TNDI and ASCE build in-person, virtual, and hybrid events, we'll be relying on what your organizations are allowing for staff travel and how they're funding training, and to gauge attendees' comfort levels in being in person as things evolve. Before we go to questions, I'd like to ask a polling question. Has your organization changed guidance on business travel? Just click on the polling box in the top of the main screen on the right side there to answer. Okay, let me know if you have questions as we develop our NDI events.
Thank you, Debbie, for your excellent presentation. I'm going to take us to Q&A now. My name is Mohammed Amir, and I'm the Director of Transportation and Development Institute. First off, we all recognize that hosting large events has so many factors that play in, as you just heard. Recognizing those factors, we will be hosting this Q&A session, so please continue to post your questions that I will feed on to Debbie. Debbie, the first one that we have is from Majid Al-Ghandour, who chairs our Street and Highway Operations Committee. And Majid is asking, do you think that airlines or TSA will measure our body temperatures before flying?
Thanks, Majid. I do think it's highly likely that we'll have some elements of this built into how TSA in the US is running things as we go back to a higher level of travel through the airports. A lot of other countries we have been seeing on the news are already doing this. And I think it's a matter of time as TSA and the airline industry figure out the best and safest way to make everybody feel safe going back to traveling in the air.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Denise Mendez. And Denise is our Chair of Planning and Development Council. And her question is, how will ASCE and TNDI maintain cost levels for conferences with these additional procedures and measures in post-COVID world?
Oh, that's a really, really good question, Denise. Thanks. I think that there's going to be a couple of things that ASCE and TNDI are going to have to take into consideration as we move forward with conferences and our pricing for attendees, because we're going to be running these hybrid events that are going to allow for virtual access only, and then the in-person version. We will have to consider the things that we're going to have to put in place on site for the in-person element of it. One of the things that we at ASCE are not currently considering, but just as for information, there's a lot of organizations that are moving forward with in-person events in 2020 that are hiring nursing staffing or some type of medical professionals to be on site to do temperature checks and provide rapid results for testing for COVID-19. This is a huge cost, as you can imagine, to these organizations in order to make it possible to provide that type of screening on site. That's not the kind of thing that we're talking about doing for ASCE, of course, but we will have to consider some of the changes that may be put into place or that we face with hotels as we're contracting venues of what their costs are going to be that they're going to pass on to us. And because this is still so new and the hotels are working so hard at just getting up and running again and getting rooms sold again, they're still putting out guidance for all of the meeting spaces that are being booked for in the coming months and then in the future. So it's yet to be determined how that's going to be passed on to us and what we're going to need to do with that. As for the virtual element of it, there's a lot of cost savings that we hope to be able to pass on to virtual attendees because although the costs won't be exactly the same with food and beverage, we will be covering costs for AV to have AV companies run this and host all of the content post-event. And it doesn't look exactly like it does. It's not apples to apples with the cost to what it will be for us. But as the things evolve and our chances of getting additional virtual exhibit halls, that's all going to yet to be seen on how we pull that together and what it will result in for registration costs.
Thank you. And I must also add to that, especially with virtual events, we of course open up the opportunity globally for people to attend. And then we also open up the opportunity for people to attend after the event. There are recordings available. There are also newer opportunities for sponsors and exhibitors to project their products and services through the virtual elements of it. So the entire model is changing, and yes, there are going to be new costs, but we are also looking for new revenue opportunities through the new model. The next question that I have is from TNDI President Ernie Hamesfield, and it's been thumbs up by a couple of other attendees right now. How do you control elevator flow at the hotel?
Oh, it's a really, really good question. Another major thing that a lot of public spaces are dealing with. Right now, it's only 1 to 2 people per elevator, and it's sort of self-regulated because the hotels don't have stuff. I'm you'll excuse me for staying focused on the venues that where the industry that I'm focusing on, but I think this goes to a lot of industries that have public space with elevators and escalators, staircases, in fact. It is self-regulated about how many people are going to be using that method of transport within the building. But the hotel industry has told us that it's going to be limited to how many people can be in an elevator at the time. And how long that lasts, we don't know yet. But for the foreseeable future, it'll be 1 to 2 people per elevator, which changes how quickly we can move on site when we have hundreds of people attending an event, how long it takes to get everybody where they need to go. So it's a great question and something that we have to see.
Thanks, Debbie. And we have a few more questions that are coming your way. First one here is from Muhammad Alati, who chairs our Transportation Safety Committee. And his question is, can we really expect that virtual conferences would achieve the same benefits as regular ones? And he goes on and adds that I guess we need to first define what one of us expect to achieve from a conference.
It's a good point. So there's pros and cons to both types of events. And of course, the number one pro to a in-person event is the factor of being in person. It allows for much better networking. It gives you a chance to meet people that you haven't met before, which is much more difficult in an environment like we're participating in right now. The extension of a conversation is different when you can step out of the room in person and wave somebody over and step out in order to have a conversation. But there's a lot of pros to the virtual element too. There are components built into the virtual access where we can have separate chat rooms and breakout rooms. And I think that we'll see that becoming more common and everybody more comfortable with using that element of the virtual side of it. Tell me the second part of the question again, Amir.
It's really a comment that we need to first define what we expect to achieve from a conference.
Exactly
and,
right.
And that we go with our on-site events, and that's going to continue for hybrids and online.
Yes, thank you. I think that that's an excellent point. And of course, something that we try to keep at heart every time that we're developing any type of event, whether it be today's Leadership Summit or one of our ICTD events. The goal, the purpose of the event is multitude because of all the stakeholders that we have. It depends on whether you're a speaker or a student or a sponsor or an exhibitor. So we try to take all of those goals in mind and deliver the best technical content that we can to our members and attendees. So no matter which way we deliver it, whether it be in person or virtual or the hybrid method, our goal is always trying to strive for the best technical content and best networking opportunities for our members.
Very good. We have a couple of more questions before we go to the poll results. The first one is from Christina Torres Machi. She's with our Infrastructure Systems Committee. And Christina is asking, what is the envisioned strategy of ASE TNDI for future conferences? Is ASE considering online conferences?
Right now, what we're working towards is converting a lot of what was planned to be in person to a virtual event happening later in the fall. So to answer a more time-sensitive way to answer that, yes, we're looking at making that content virtually available to people instead of just having written it off as, due to COVID, having to cancel the in-person event. We're trying to convert that to give that content to our attendees and members. In the future, it'll be interesting to see how we move forward. It's our goal to get back to in-person events as well as having virtual events. So we'll increase the access to continuing education and webinars, and we'll take some of the content that our speakers can present and make sure that we make that available in a different way. Also, the expansion of how we're going to deliver content is changing and growing and evolving every day. The last couple of months has been amazing to see the ideas that are coming out of how to get that content out. So a fully virtual event beyond 2020, I'm not totally sure. We will be doing a virtual event in 2020 with all of the technical institutes at ASCE. But beyond that, I'm hoping to get back to some of that in-person stuff too.
Thanks, Evie. And just squeeze in one last question. It is from Tyler D. Reuter from the Boston section. And the question is, even if we can adapt to safety, host in-person events, what kind of attendance should we accept given variable sensitivities of risk? Most folks who attend events are in the high risk category.
This is a very interesting question and something that I also am very interested to find out. It's one reason that the polling question, if you haven't answered the polling question, we're trying to gauge that from our members and the community as a whole. It's comfort level for an individual, it's organization level of whether they are traveling, funding travel and funding continued education for people, training courses for people, if people will be allowed to travel for that or have to take it online if they're adjusting to that. And so this is something that we're gauging about what people's comfort level is. And it's going to change as the country opens up more and people are venturing out more and we see the results of that. So I think that is just something we all have to keep an eye on. I unfortunately don't have a better answer than that.
Thanks very much, and thank you all for your excellent questions. I'm going to now pass it on to Debbie to share with us the poll results, and then move on to the next.
Yeah, so on that point, the last point actually, the polling question was, has your organization changed guidance on business travel? And 53% says no travel is allowed until further notice. 38% says travel is allowed if the client-based and absolutely necessary. Everybody says no, travel is approved, including in-person conferences. That's a no-go. And 9% says the organization hasn't published information. One thing that I'll just note about this is that we're finding, as from feedback from our members, is that currently everybody's reworking or has already reworked their fiscal 21 budget. And so this is something that we need to take into consideration about people's availability and traveling and what it means to you from the business perspective and client hours, billable hours, what it means to your business budgets and how it impacts you and your travel time. So thanks for taking a moment to answer that question. Thank you.
So we move on to.
Tell me the one about the virus again, then I'll go to bed.
But my boy, you're growing weary, sleepy thoughts about
Tell me the one about the virus again, then I'll go to bed.
But my boy, you're growing weary, sleepy thoughts about your head.
Please, that one's my favourite. I promise, just once more.
Okay, snuggle down, my boy, though I know you know full well. The story starts before then, in a world I once would dwell. It was a world of waste and wonder, of poverty and plenty, back before we understood why hindsight's 2020. You see, the people came up with companies to trade across all lands, but they swelled and got much bigger than we ever could have planned. We'd always had our wants, but now it got so quick. You could have anything you dreamed of in a day, and with a click. We noticed families had stopped talking. That's not to say they never spoke, but the meaning must have melted, and the work-life balance broke. And the children's eyes grew squarer, and every toddler had a phone. They filtered out the imperfections, but amidst the noise, they felt alone. And every day the skies grew thicker, till you couldn't see the stars. So we flew in planes to find them, while down below, we filled our cars. We'd drive around all day in circles. We'd forgotten how to run. We swapped the grass for tarmac, shrunk the parks till there were none. We filled the sea with plastic, because our waste was never capped. until each day when you went fishing, you'd pull them out, already wrapped. And while we drank and smoked and gambled, our leaders taught us why. It's best to not upset the lobbies. More convenient to die. But then in 2020, a new virus came our way. The governments reacted and told us all to hide away. But while we all were hidden, amidst the fear and all the while, the people dusted off their instincts. They remembered how to smile. They started clapping to say thank you and calling up their mums. And while the car keys gathered dust, they would look forward to their runs. And with the skies less full of voyagers, the earth began to breathe, and the beaches bore new wildlife that scuttled off into the seas. Some people started dancing, some were singing, some were baking. We'd grown so used to bad news, but some good news was in the making. And so when we found the cure, and were allowed to go outside, we all preferred the world we found to the one we'd left behind. Old habits became extinct, and they made way for the new, and every simple act of kindness was now given its due.
But why did it take a virus to bring the people back together?
Well, sometimes you've got to get sick, my boy, before you start feeling better. Now lie down and dream of tomorrow, and all the things that we can do. And who knows, if you dream hard enough, maybe some of them will come true. We now call it the Great Realization. And yes, since then there have been many. But that's the story of how it started, and why hindsight's 2020.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yin-Han Wang. I was president of TNDI last year. I'm also co-chair for the CAV Impact Committee. I'm glad to get the opportunity to discuss with everyone about what we can do as a team and how we can make our team strong and attractive. Before we start to do the discussion, I would like to show you a brief recorded presentation. Hello, everyone. I'm Yin-Han Wang. I'm immediate past president of TNDI. I'm also co-chair for ICTD 2020. It's my great pleasure to share with you some of my thoughts about TNDI committees, products, and programs under the new norm. We are all proud TNDI members, and there are many reasons for that. The super important reason, in my opinion, is that TNDI carry a lot of high quality and far-reaching products. These products were created by TNDI members' long-term collaborative efforts. Here on this slide, I'm showing some of them. As you can see, from conferences to journals, to webinars, and to standards, awards, and to books and newsletters, these products cover a very broad field, and they have been widely recognized by the working professionals. I'm sure many of you here today contributed to these products, just like what I did over the past years. When I just started my transportation engineer's career, I always asked myself about what I could do so I can make my contribution to my society and to my profession. I worked very hard and planned a lot of work to do. But soon I felt very frustrated because I don't see myself having enough time. And also, I recognize the value for doing work together as a team. If we work together as a team, we can always accomplish a much bigger project and generate much bigger influence. TNDI is a terrific platform for me to know other working professionals, find my teammates, identify my team project, and work together to accomplish them. I showed you some of the TNDI products on my last slide. And this is a question I want to raise to all the new members and the new committees. What can we do so we can generate our footprint on the TNDI history and make our contribution to our society and to our profession? Transportation has been one of the most innovative areas over the past decades. Many new technologies and new business models have been developed in the transportation area. The application of these new models and new technologies will definitely create new opportunities for transportation professionals. Here I want to use some examples to explain. First of all, I want to talk about connected and autonomous vehicle technologies. We often call this CAV technologies. Over the past years, CAV has attracted a lot of research, attention, and investment. In transportation engineering, a very important application of the CAV technology is truck platooning. We consider this will not only address the truck driver shortage problem, but also significantly reduce the energy consumption for freight transportation. However, this application would require trucks to drive closely to each other, and this will create challenges for infrastructure design, operation, and maintenance. The second technology I want to mention is smart infrastructure and fast EV charging. Future infrastructure systems are associated closely with sensing, communication, information processing, and real-time control technologies. We need to learn and also figure out our best way to accommodate these new components into our infrastructure systems. The third set of technology is big data analytics, machine learning, and the mobility as a service. These new technologies and business models are critical for us to make informed decisions and deliver optimal services to roadway users. So these technologies will disrupt the transportation industry and open many new opportunities. TNDI councils and committees need to take these opportunities to grow TNDI and also serve our communities better. The outbreak of COVID-19 has caused a lot of changes in transportation. The change has applied to almost all modes. For example, we see significant reductions in riderships in railway trains and also transit vehicles. People who use air transportation also decreased sharply. We see much fewer vehicles on urban streets. Recently, my laboratory conducted some quantitative analysis about how COVID-19 changed the roadway transportation. And this chart shows that with the increase of the number of confirmed cases, traffic performance improved and reached to its peak in the end of March. Simultaneously, vehicle miles of travel also reduced and dropped to the lowest level in the end of March, and the largest drop is about 64% from its regular level. So all these things tell us that COVID-19 will lead a new norm of transportation. New theory and new practical solutions are needed under this new form. TNDI needs to take the responsibility and leadership to fill up the gap in the quickest possible way. In summary, I would like to bring up several important questions for council and the committee leaders to think about. The first question is, how will the emerging technologies and the COVID-19 change our profession? The second, what are the opportunities and the challenges associated with these changes? The third question, how can we take the new opportunities to grow TNDI and serve our communities better? And my last question, how do we respond to the challenges in a proactive way? From research perspective, from education and the workforce development perspective, and also from the standards and the codes perspective. I believe there are a lot of things that we can do. Committees may discuss these questions and form their action plan with a clear target and products for the years to come. Finally, I want to thank you all for your attention and hope we can make a great use of our TNDI platform to make some solid contributions to our society. We'll use the remaining time to discuss this important topic. All right, folks, now let's use the remaining time to do a discussion about what we can do as a team and how we can make ourselves strong and attractive. I see a question raised by Louis. It's actually a comment. Maybe it is time for TNDI to create a new online stream service based on past conferences, stream online our conferences, etc. Yeah, definitely. I think as a community, we do need to have an online platform for the members to communicate with each other. So this is at a TNDI level, I think definitely something we should be doing. In addition to that, maybe you also see over the past years, our board has been working on several very important things. Earlier today, Eva mentioned about engineering smart X into smart cities. This is something that we have a task force working on consistently. Eva is a co-leader of that particular task force. If some of you are interested to join that task force, you are certainly welcome. In addition to that, at the institute level, we're also working on new council called Education and Workforce Development. As you see, we have a lot of new things coming into the transportation field. How do we use our resources and try to train the working professionals to know the new knowledge? So this is something that will be on demand very soon, but I don't see a lot of services available at this point. So with that particular council, we can start to use our professional expertise from committees and try to deliver some very promising course materials so we can help address the workforce challenges. I see another question coming up from Denise. She is the chair of the Planning and Development Council. Will we create podcasts and short video training products? This is a great question, Denise. Actually, I was just talking about Education and Workforce Development Council. So ASC has some great continuing education program, but that has been at the society level. At the TNDI level, we should be doing something and focus more on transportation and development. So we're open to all kinds of forms, from webinars to podcast video to other online lessons. So I think these things are all terrific, and I would encourage committees to look into these things. Another question, and someone with a young family, I enjoy options not to travel for conference or for weeknight events. How about virtual socials with keynote speakers, etc.? So actually we are moving toward that direction. This is somehow forced by COVID-19, but I don't see this necessarily a bad thing. You see a lot of companies talking about working from home. And for conferences over the past year, I think since the outbreak of COVID-19, most of those conferences actually canceled or moved to online format. In TNDI, I think if we can have a virtual format, we can communicate and interact all the time using that particular platform. At the same time, we can certainly create committee level, council level, or institute level events, and we can do the social over the virtual platform. So I think that's a terrific idea. And actually, with everybody getting more used to the virtual platform, I would see an increased level of committee, council level activities, because these kind of events will be much cheaper online than on site. So I would say this is something great. And I do encourage everybody and every committee to consider using that format. Next question from Bob Bryson, the chair of the Roadway Council. Some time ago, we went from a focus on specialty conferences produced by committees and the councils in favor of the Congress ICTD. If going virtual, perhaps going back to more shorter focused topic related conferences. I think if it's going to virtual, we are more flexible in terms of the format, because if you do travel physically to the conference location, there's normally the travel cost associated, and everything must be happening in that particular short time window. If we do the online conferences, I think we can focus one specific topic a few hours on one day, and we can use other time for some other days to do a different topic. I think this is a much more flexible, and more importantly, everything could be recorded, and the people who missed that particular event can also go back and remotely access the conference material. So I certainly see once we go online, the format and the way we organize the conference is going to be more flexible. I saw there are several conferences already delivered online. And as you know, ICTD 2020 was canceled. We are not going to do it physically on the Seattle hotel site, but we are still going to pull some of the very good materials we collected for preparing ICTD 2020 and move those materials to the online format. So Roger Miller and I are working together on this. So hopefully we'll have some great sessions organized and have a specific schedule to deliver online. Okay, so I don't see other questions coming up, so I can share a little bit more about what we can do at the committee level. So I talk about the institute level, we can do a lot of different things. And at committee level, we can also focus on committee interest and create academic activities, experience sharing events, etc. As I started the CAV Impact Committee with Jianming Ma in 2017, we attracted a lot of people who are very interested in this topic. And this is certainly important for us to get ourselves prepared for the forthcoming CAV time. What the committee did specifically over the past years has been, for example, delivering our thoughts, our results, our findings to the TRB AV Symposium. We have spotlight sessions at that symposium. We're also working together on a book. So this book is called Disruptive Emerging Transportation Technologies Primer. So we intended to make this book a kind of introductory level material for working professionals to those new technologies. And we gathered a lot of people, volunteers, contributing their writings to this particular book. As far as I know, the book is now in the ASC publication department, and hopefully the book will be published this year. So I see some more questions coming up. One question from the Transportation Safety Committee is, what are the advantages of research opportunities considering the silver linings of COVID-19, if you consider that relative to normal life. So I consider this COVID-19 actually changed a lot of things. And this change is multidimensional. I briefly mentioned that in my presentation about the impact on roadway travel, transit usage, air travel, etc. So there are also tons of surveys going on about what is going to be the impact of COVID-19 about people's travel behavior, mode selection, etc. So I would consider these things are great materials, but we may not see exactly what is the impact at this point. As you see from the first survey, people are talking about is COVID-19 going to increase or decrease the single occupancy vehicle usage. We got two different opinions very close to each other. Even majority has been thinking about there's going to be a net decrease because of the working from home motivation from a lot of the tech companies. But there's also a possibility that people seeing using transit could be dangerous and try to switch to single occupancy vehicle usage. So I guess we still need to wait and see, but this is clearly going to generate impact, and we should really start to work together and figure out our solution to address that particular impact. Another question from Mahit of the Street and Highway Operations Committee, how you will encourage younger members to be participating in on virtual format. Actually, I don't worry about the younger members. I consider they are normally more used to use the online platform using the technologies. And they basically can adapt to these things much quicker. From the Institute perspective, I would recommend our board to consider what are the motivations to attract the younger members to our platform. So once they come to our platform and give them a role to play, I trust they can do better than maybe the more senior persons using these new technologies. So I see we have 4 minutes left, and there's another question or comment from Bob Bryson. It will still be important to find a way for TNDI to promote sharing research work. The poster session have been a great way to get research out and provide interactions between authors and conference attendees. We have been making great strides with this as part of past TNDI ICTDs. And we will need to continue with this in some fashion, maybe special focused call for papers, conference type sessions, and doing maybe half a day special meetings. So thank you, Bob. I think these are great suggestions. I 100% agree. In addition to that, I do see a need for our TNDI members and the committees to use social media. When I try to post something, I want to refer to some particular person or reference to some of the TNDI committees. I may not find their social media account. I think this really affects, how far our research product can go to a lot of different people. So there are plenty of opportunities for us to use these social media, and I see the impact actually is huge. If we learn how to use this kind of social media materials, the platforms, I would say our effectiveness in promoting our research is way higher. Maybe when we get started, this is something difficult, but once we're used to it, it's going to be a lot better and a lot more convenient. So here I also recommend maybe our board try to maybe do our webinar just about how to use social media. As you know, I'm director of the Pacific Northwest Transportation Consortium. We have a webinar scheduled on June 4th, talking about online learning and online teaching. I guess similar topic for using online platforms will be also a great thing for TNDI. And I would encourage committees to do these things, committee level seminars, webinars, etc. So Amir has a comment, tagging each other is critical and it exposes the message to the connections of everyone. So certainly if we have everyone have a social media account, we can do a much better job promoting ourselves, promoting our committee, promoting our institution, and promoting our society. So I guess my time is up. So I really enjoyed the discussion and thanks a lot for your contribution to this session. I'm very proud of the work we have been doing. And certainly I believe we will have a great future, make our institute more successful. So now let's enjoy another video show.
Did you understand it though? No. Okay. All right. Huh? Oh no, not this one. This is the grand finale of it. Yeah, that's the last one. That's what I was wondering. I don't know what they're gonna do next season because they did some stuff this time. Exactly what I was thinking. Oh yeah. Right, don't bring that again. You know what I'm saying? Don't do the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah. Like go somewhere else with that, but don't bring it here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I said. And then was like, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, what in the world? But don't do that here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Really? I thought the same thing. We think a lot alike, huh? Oh, that's crazy. Right.
Thank you, and whoever is watching this with you for joining us today. Hang in there as we go into our last segment, segment 3, and talk about TNDI operations. I encourage you to be involved with TNDI and join the movement that moves you. Remember to vote for ASE leadership at www.asc.org and then click on that click for ballot box. Thank you.
Am I on? My video to start.
All right, just start talking.
All right, hello everybody. Thanks for staying with us, and we enter the last segment of the day. I'm David Noyce, serving you as treasurer of the TNDI Board of Directors. Greetings from Madison, Wisconsin. So I'm sorry I can't get my video to turn on here for some reason, so I apologize for that bit of a letdown here. But let me just make a couple of comments. So first of all, let me get my notes here. I'm pleased today to introduce you to Carolyn Severe. Carolyn is director of the ASE Government Relations. Carolyn has over a decade of experience in federal, state, and local government affairs. Most recently, Caroline served as the manager of the state and local government affairs at American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, where she led the organization's engagement with state, city, county, and local government officials and agencies. Prior to her tenure at ASHRI, Caroline spent 5 years as the Legislative Director of Economic Development and Commerce at the National Governors Association. At NGA, she was responsible for directing the development and implementation of governors' strategic federal priorities and represented state interests in Washington, D.C. Prior to position at NGA and ASHRI, Caroline worked at the finest professional organization in the land, the American Society of Civil Engineers. At ASCE, she focused on transportation and water resources infrastructure, leading the organization's Transportation Policy Committee and advocating on behalf of the nation's civil engineers on Capitol Hill. During her tenure at ASCE, she was instrumental in the development and launch of the 2013 Report Card for America's Infrastructure. Caroline holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Villanova University and originally hails from New Jersey. In fact, I'm told Caroline is also thinking about graduate school and considering graduate school at the University of Wisconsin at Madison, of course. Caroline is going to tell us about ASCE government relations and the role of ASCE institutes.
Giving me the opportunity to join today's discussion. My name is Caroline Severe, and I'm the Director of Government Relations here at ASCE. It's my pleasure to speak with you today about government relations, the current legislative landscape, and opportunities for TNDI members to become better advocates for ASCE. While ASCE is best known by policymakers for the Infrastructure Report Card, the civil engineering profession is well respected on Capitol Hill and at state houses across the country because of the advocacy work of ASCE members like all of you. The Government Relations Office is here to support you in advancing the Society's policy priorities and provides you the tools that you need to become an effective advocate. Through legislative and regulatory tracking services, the Key Contact Program, Government Relations University, and our premier event, the annual Legislative Fly-In, ASCE Government Relations is working to ensure that it's easy for you to engage your legislators and influence public policy. Currently, ASCE has over 170 policy statements and resolutions that guide staff and volunteers when taking a position on issues that affect infrastructure and the profession. The policies that TNDI would be most interested in are reviewed by the Transportation Policy Committee, and with transportation always a top issue for our department, those policy statements are critical to the work that we do. While the policy statements are reviewed by their respective committees in a 3-year cycle, each year, ASCE also sets a priority issues agenda for the state and federal level in order to focus lobbying efforts. Each summer, a survey is sent to all US-based ASCE members requesting their input. Responses are then ranked, with the top 5 to 7 issues becoming the priority issues. These lists are approved by the Public Policy Committee and ultimately the Board of Direction. We're about to release the 2021 Priority Issues Survey, so please take a few minutes to fill that out when you get the email. Taken together, our priorities and policy statements guide ASCE's letters to Congress, testimony, statements for the record, regulatory comments, and general lobbying efforts. Since last fall, we've relied on these policy priorities and statements to have 4 ASCE members testify before Congress and submit over 10 regulatory comments. When we do submit comments on issues related to TNDI, Government Relations always relies on all of your technical expertise to ensure comprehensive statements. For example, we recently relied on TNDI for comments on both autonomous vehicles and the 5.9 gigahertz spectrum. Therefore, while we have robust programs in place to identify ASCE's positions, as well as a full lobbying team, we still heavily rely on our membership to help advocate for these critical priorities. For that reason, we've also instituted programs to aid our membership in their engagement with their legislators. First, ASCE's most well-known advocacy program, the Key Contact Program, is a great resource available to any member interested in becoming involved in or aware of public policy issues that affect the profession. The program provides members with the tools they need to develop relationships with their elected officials through writing emails, making phone calls, visiting with elected officials, and maybe even eventually running for office. Additionally, we've developed an advocacy captains program, which is a group of specially trained key contacts. Captains form a tight information loop between sections and branches and ASCE staff, which has really proven critical as we engage on the state level. Our goal is to have 1 captain in every state, and currently with 79 captains across 44 states and Washington, D.C., we're pretty close to filling out the map. Next, key contacts are eligible to attend our preeminent annual event, the Legislative Fly-In, which takes place in Washington, D.C. each March. The fly-in is an opportunity to receive 2 days of intensive training on how to become a better advocate before spending an afternoon meeting with your congressional delegation. If you aren't already a key contact, just email keycontact@ase.org and we'll have you added. We especially encourage leadership, like all of you here at TNDI, to join so that you can receive the latest public policy updates and announcements. The government relations staff is also happy to work with all of you to incorporate policy updates into Institute meetings, such as a webinar we're actually going to be doing with TNDI on June 30th. And additionally, we can help the group organize a state legislative day or develop a government relations university or public relations university tailored just to TNDI leaders. So now that we have a full picture of all the advocacy tools that are there to assist you, I'd like to focus the remainder of my time on the current transportation policy landscape, which has been deeply impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Recent projections have shown declines in travel across all transportation systems, resulting in declines for transportation agencies. In fact, 30% revenue decline is estimated over the next 18 months for state DOTs, as well as a 14% decline in highway trust fund revenue compared to this time last year. Therefore, ASE is urging policymakers to prioritize our nation's infrastructure and get people back to work, using the current economic slowdown to make strategic and sorely needed investments in our transportation networks. First, with state and local government revenue shortfalls increasing, now is the time for Congress to provide immediate relief for our transportation sector. Without immediate relief, many agencies will struggle to continue to provide safe and reliable service. In March, President Trump signed into law the CARES Act, which was the first significant aid package that addressed operating shortfalls in infrastructure sectors. The legislation included $25 billion in transit grants, $1 billion for Amtrak, $10 billion for the Airport Improvement Program, and $56 million for the Essential Air Service. 2 weeks ago, House Democrats passed the HEROES Act, which is aimed to provide further economic relief. The HEROES Act includes an additional $15 billion for transit agencies and $75 million for the FAA. But perhaps most importantly for this group, the bill provides $15 billion for state departments of transportation. Unfortunately, this amount falls far short of the $50 billion in immediate assistance requested by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or as you probably know them, AASHTO, which ASE has strongly supported. I'll not belabor how critical this need is because I know you've already heard from Roger Millar earlier today, but I did want to spend some time sharing ASE's efforts to support AASHTO's request. ASE has been working in close collaboration with AASHTO as well as with our colleagues in the Transportation Construction Coalition to urge Congress to provide $50 billion in emergency relief for state DOTs. We've reached out to over 100 congressional offices in support of the $50 billion ask and issued a key alert asking ASE members to contact their legislators in support of the relief request. The effort resulted in 140 House members from both sides of the aisle to publicly support the AASHTO request. We're now working on replicating this effort in the Senate, trying to garner support for the state DOT need in a Senate bill. While the HEROES Act has passed the House, Senate Republicans in the administration do not support the legislation at this time. However, with economists agreeing that additional action is needed to ensure the health of the American economy, a future COVID-19 relief package is still very likely. And just this week, there's been conversations about moving something on infrastructure with both the administration and Speaker Pelosi. Meanwhile, Congress still has some other infrastructure priorities that must be addressed this year. In April, ASE requested that Congress and the administration include infrastructure investment as part of any future relief package and has urged Congress to reauthorize surface transportation programs and address the solvency of the Highway Trust Fund as part of any stimulus package. Without congressional action, surface transportation programs will be expiring on September 30th of this year. ASE has also urged Congress to eliminate or increase the cap for the passenger facility charge and support tax-exempt municipal bonds, which are a vital infrastructure financing tool. Still, it is unclear if or when a broader economic recovery bill will come to fruition, so congressional committees are still moving forward with developing a surface transportation reauthorization bill before the current bill, the FAST Act, does expire in September. Last July, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee passed S-2302, America's Transportation Infrastructure Act of 2019. The $287 billion five-year reauthorization represents a 27% increase from FAST Act funding levels. The Senate bill has not yet been brought to the floor for a full vote, nor have all of the committees of jurisdiction introduced their titles. However, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has indicated he'd likely take it up this year before the current program expires. In the House, Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a legislative framework that would invest $760 billion over 5 years for our nation's infrastructure. Under that proposal, $319 billion would be directed toward highway and bridge investment, $105 billion would be directed toward transit and rail investment, and $30 billion, including a PFC increase, would be directed toward our airports. With the FAST Act expiration soon approaching, Chairman DeFazio has indicated that a surface transportation bill will actually likely be released in the coming weeks. However, in order to pay for any future surface transportation reauthorization, Congress has to address the long-term solvency of the Highway Trust Fund. The federal motor fuels tax hasn't been raised since 1993, and inflation's cut its real value by 40%. To find the needed revenue and pay for surface transportation reauthorization, both the House Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee are going to need to develop a solution to either fix the Highway Trust Fund, or they're going to be forced to transfer money from the general fund yet again. In the meantime, ASE and groups like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce are continuing to call for a 25-cent gas tax increase, as well as a tax on electric vehicles in order to fix the Highway Trust Fund for the long term. In fact, just last year, ASE President Greg DiLoretto testified before the House Ways and Means Committee on the need to fix the Highway Trust Fund to pay for much-needed improvements for our nation's infrastructure. Unfortunately, with so many Americans negatively impacted by the current pandemic, an increase in the gas tax is going to continue to face an uphill climb. So ASE is going to be relying on all of our key contacts to continue to advocate for a long-term solution. With that, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I hope that you can participate in our TNDI webinar on June 30th, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for that wonderful presentation. Before we go to questions and answers, let me just tell you that as TNDI treasurer, I'm always looking for ways to reduce our operating costs to our members. And during these tough times we are in, we've certainly welcomed many generous donations. In fact, let me thank TNDI President Ernie Hemsfeld for his generous donation of this special note-taking paper that we have. And I took quite a few notes during this presentation. In fact, calls are coming in based on the notes that I took here. But with that in mind, let's go ahead and get to the questions and answers. So yes, I can see questions coming in. So let me start with just a question from myself here and say, Caroline, what do you think what's the biggest challenges in your role currently, and how can TNDI best work with you to help you?
I think some of our current challenges that we're experiencing right now as we are trying to work with Capitol Hill in very unusual times is trying to really push forward with Congress on bipartisan legislation and making sure that we're seeing surface transportation bill that's not only bipartisan, but that we can get something that's bicameral in order to move forward. We actually are hearing right now that there's going to be a surface transportation reauthorization bill coming out of the House this week. We might start to see a section by section as early as today with bill text later this week. And, we want to make sure that that legislation can get through in a bipartisan fashion. I think probably as currently written, it is, we've been told that it is a bill from House Democrats. So it's trying to make sure that ASE is out there and working with both sides of the aisle in order to make sure our infrastructure is a top priority on Capitol Hill and that we are seeing infrastructure as a way to provide economic relief going forward.
Great, thank you. So we have a question that came in from Matthew Lesh with the ATS group. Caroline, with the advent of autonomous technology, the form factor of the vehicle has the opportunity to change, thus affecting road design, community design, etc. Is anyone on the Hill thinking about vehicle design and looking at transportation as a synchronized physical and digital system? Any thoughts on that?
They are thinking about that on the Hill. So both the House Energy and Commerce Committee and the Senate Commerce Committee are the committees that have jurisdiction over autonomous vehicle legislation going forward. We have had conversations, or I've had conversations, especially in my last role, association with them on vehicle design. And while they're not really thinking on the Hill about trying to legislate on what vehicle design should look like, because they are leaving that to the manufacturers, they're looking more about what the regulatory framework would be going forward. So, insurance issues going forward. Do they need to preempt state and local control over certain ways that cars have been regulated in the past? And then, as you mentioned, how does it change roadway design as we get into more of the engineering? So that is starting to come up. That's something that they're definitely thinking about. We probably are seeing more autonomous vehicles right now actually coming out of federal agencies and on the Hill. Capitol Hill has tried to put together legislation on that regulatory framework. This Congress, they tried to get something done last Congress. We haven't seen anything yet. And with everything at this point, in terms of response to the pandemic, I don't know if we'll see something on autonomous vehicles really moving this Congress.
Great, thank you. So our next question comes from Ernie, our president, and he asks, where do you see future government funding for research after COVID-19?
As we look to research and any sort of research title for transportation going forward, that will of course be tied to Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. At ASCE, we are absolutely pushing for increased investment in research as we go forward. And I think that there has been an appetite in the past to do so, but the question comes down to how are we going to pay for this and where is that funding going to come from? And that is something that has yet to be answered. As I said, we probably will expect to see something out of the House later this week. We already have the Senate text that has been passed out of committee. At this point, neither chambers address that funding, and until that can be addressed, research is the amount of money that research also gets is a big question mark at this point. But we are definitely pushing for increased levels of investment for research.
Great, thanks, Caroline. Next question is from Denise Mendez, and she asks, what's the likelihood of a wider and accelerated adoption of public-private partnerships to fund infrastructure projects?
It's definitely something that the administration's pushed. They pushed very strongly. And it is absolutely plays a large role going forward as we look to ways to finance the nation's infrastructure, and has a key role to play. And we have many policy statements in place that do support the use of P3s going forward, but only specific projects qualify or make good sense. Not every state has enabling legislation for public-private partnerships. So it definitely has a key role to play, and we will continue to push that, but it's not the final solution. And some things that we have seen, from the administration in the past, for example, was really moving much more of our infrastructure, the way it's paid for, to these financing mechanisms like public-private partnerships. And we're trying to make it very clear that while they have a role, we need to make sure we also address the funding, because not every single project is going to be properly suited for a P3. So we'll continue to push. We definitely think we want to see more states have enabling legislation. We want to make sure we have those flexibilities, but we want to make sure they don't push everything to public-private partnerships in order to not address the funding.
Great. Seeing no more questions, let me ask you just to briefly again, Caroline, tell us about what's happening with surface transportation and funding, and where do you see that heading in the very near future?
So right now, where things stand, I've mentioned several times already that we're expecting to see a reauthorization bill coming out of the House. Probably this week. We have heard rumors that they may be marking up that legislation as soon as June 22nd. So that'd be a quick turnaround. That would be a virtual markup. They've already held a virtual hearing that will qualify in order to move to the markup. So they'd be able to do that very quickly. And then what we are hearing from the House is that Majority Leader Steny Hoyer had put out a guide, so a timeline that they would like to see this summer. And a passage of a surface transportation bill is part of that time frame in order to get it done before the August recess, with the hope that they can have pass a surface transportation bill, do something on the Water Resources Development Act, potentially combine the two into a broader infrastructure bill, additionally try to do any further COVID-19 relief that's necessary. Majority Leader Hoyer has said if they were able to get all of that done by August, they would continue to have their August recess, because we are in election year. So many members are going to want to go back and still do their campaign events that they may, whatever those may look like in the current situation in August. If they don't get all of that done by August, I think we'll expect to see them in town a little bit longer. But as I said, well, we are starting to hear rumors of what's going to be coming out of the House. It sounds like it's going to be a partisan bill that the Senate is not going to support. They already do have their own bipartisan bill in the Senate. So it's going to be, we'll have to wait and see once we actually have bill text from the House on how far apart those two bills are and what a conference would look like in order to try to actually get something over the finish line before that September 30th expiration. And none of that addresses at this point the funding. We still need Senate Finance and House Ways and Means to pick up that aspect of any sort of reauthorization bill. And the big question mark is, are they going to do something to actually address the long-term solvency of the Highway Trust Fund, which ASE is a huge advocate for, or in this current environment, we've been seeing a lot of money being spent that's not necessarily paid for. Do they just push forward a reauthorization bill, knowing it'll help the economy in the long run, and don't figure out how to actually pay for it and fix the Highway Trust Fund going forward? So that would be more of a general fund transfer like we've seen in the past.
Sounds good. Well, thank you very much again, Caroline, for your presentation and all your great comments. You know, we've all learned how ASE government relations is playing a major role in how we deal with funding and projects across our country. TNDI and Government Relations will be holding a webinar for all of our TNDI members on June 30th. So note that on your calendar, June 30th. And we hope all of you are participating. So more information will be coming out soon, and you'll be hearing from TNDI staff about the specifics of the June 30th event. So thanks again, Caroline. And now, here's a clip I think all of us can relate to in one way or another.
Juice cleanse. Yeah, I've been putting it off. It's been time to do this. I think you take this one in the morning. Have you ever tried a tequila cleanse? It's not as think as you bad it is. Yep, I'm getting dressed like I go to work. It just does a lot for me mentally. I'm ready to start the day.
Is that your 6th day wearing this exact outfit?
Yeah, it's stuck to me at this point, so. This is wild, isn't it? Some are saying this could last till May. I know. Do you think our grandkids will be able to go to a concert? Call me crazy, but I'm gonna try to make my own sourdough. It's not rising. Did you not let it proof enough? We've done this 50 days in a row! It's gonna be such a great time for me and my girlfriend, man. A great time to just really grow closer, quality time. Why do you brush your teeth so loud? It's like my own farmer's market in here. Just a fridge full of fresh fruits and veggies, man. Y'all still do free delivery, right? I'll take 8 bean burritos. 7 a.m., get the coffee going. I just want it, that's my routine. I'm gonna stick to it. 10:45, woo, earliest this week. Do I want to go on a walk? No. What am I, an 80-year-old man? No, I don't want to go on a walk.
Trey, you want to go on a walk?
Walk?
You want to go on a walk?
Yeah, I want to go on a walk. Right now? I want to go on a walk. I want to go to walk. Walks are all I have. Important to stay smelling nice and fresh. I don't know, just does a lot. Ooh, shower time. That'll work. Hi everyone! It's a group family video chat. Yeah, Grandma, you're figuring it out. This is fun. We should do this all the time. You not hear me? My roommate's on the Wi-Fi. It's just not gonna work. Bye. I hate those. People need to stop buying masks. They told us they don't even work. The nurses need them and stuff. Stop. Yeah, I'll be right back. What? Everyone has to wear one. Are you an idiot? Everyone. Another great thing that's coming out of this. We're dodging Brett and Ashley's baby shower this weekend. Thank God. You see Brett and Ashley's baby? It's so cute. I want to party with it. I just want to go to a party, man. I'll go to a dog's first birthday party. I don't care. No March Madness was a big bummer, but no sports is best. I'll be fine. 2 squirrels, 20 bucks to one on the left. Get to that tree faster. Oh, yes! You got a package? I opened it to make sure there's no virus in there. No, I didn't sanitize it. It's chill. I'm probably immune when you think about it. No time like the present, baby. Woo! When I get out of here in a few weeks. Whew. You'll be like, is that Kennedy or Ken the Barbie? Right? I've been putting off so many things around the house. I'm honestly glad this is happening. I'm gonna reorganize my closet, clean out my drawers, like... This is my 4th time doing this puzzle, dude. Look at this school of fish hanging out together. There's no school or no hanging out. Screw you!
Looks like it's gonna rain the next few days. That's good. We need it. That's good. It's supposed to rain all week. Well, if God, you're crying, so am I. Let me out of here.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Dave Hind. I'm the past president of TNDI back in 2018. I'm now part of the TNDI Engineering Smart X, ESX, as you've been hearing about today, task force, and co-chair with Eva Lerner-Lamb. I'm also the chair of the Workforce Development Council. And while I was president back in 2018, we started to revise the TND operations manual. So I'm just going to quickly cover a little bit of that. I'm joined today by Mohammed Amer, who's the member of the ASCE staff serving as the director of Transportation Development Institute. Mr. Amer has over 23 years of combined experience in civil and transportation engineering program development and management, technology startups, engineering consulting, and association management. He is a transportation engineer by training and holds a master's degree in civil and transportation engineering from Purdue University. Let's roll Amer's video, and then we'll come back for some questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for the TNDI Leadership Summit. I hope you're having a good summit so far. The reason I'm talking to you is because I wanted to present to you an overarching view of TNDI's vision and mission and how the entire technical organization is organized into technical councils and committees. I also wanted to provide you with an update on the TNDI Operations Manual, which is scheduled to be released in its latest version later this month. So first things first, this is something, the vision and mission of the Institute, that I'd like you to take back to your committees and to your members, as this is the highest level target purpose of why we are together and what we need to achieve within this broad framework. So first of all, the vision of the Institute, as you can see on the screen, is that civil engineers are global leaders in providing sustainable transportation and development. And our mission is to advance knowledge and practice in sustainable transportation and development. So that is something that we have kept in sync with ASCE's vision and mission and have made it more focused towards transportation. Next is that where we stand in terms of the overall technical committee structure. So what you see on this slide right now is our technical committee structure. I'm not going to get into an administrative committee structure and our special projects, but these are the 5 columns of our technical structure. Each column represents a council of TNDI, and you can see the council name on the top of your screen. The councils report to the 8-member board of governors, and each council has multiple committees under it. So you can see that Roadway Council, for example, has 4 committees under it. The reason I say 4 is because the committees that are shaded in medium blue are the ones that are our current active committees. The ones that are in gray are the ones that we desire to open down the line. It's sort of a roadmap, and it's very flexible, and it can change, and there are new ones that can come in. The ones that are orange shaded are the task committees, which were recently approved by the board, and they turned from gray to orange, and now in the process of being converted to a full medium blue committee, in other words, a full committee. So we have so far, as you can see, 4 task committees, 3 under the Emerging Technologies Council on the last column, and 1 under the Rail and Public Transit Council. In terms of the operations manual, the last published version is from July 2014. It has been updated for the 2020 changes that were 2018 changes that were made, and from there it is currently under the process of being reformatted and going through some more changes. One of the challenges with this manual is that it is designed for everything that the Institute deals with that doesn't necessarily come into play for a council chair or a committee chair as you lead your committees. About, I would say there is 5% or so information in there that is usually most relevant to your day-to-day needs or to your regular needs. So one of the things that we have tried to do is to take this about 120-page document, and again, a vast majority of most of the information in this is based on some unique situations, some overall situations that we don't deal with on a day-to-day basis. So the current effort that is ongoing is to convert the manual into something that is easy to use, includes the frequently asked questions. It's hyperlinked so that you can go to whichever section you want to directly right up front. And also the organization is such that it is section by section on a screen view. It is also going to be online, so you will be able to access it through the CNDI website whenever you need it. And the most critical feature, the most important feature, is that it will include right up front a list of frequently asked questions. So you will be able to, for example, go into questions like, what is the difference between a council and a committee? Or what is the process for setting up a new task committee? Or what is the difference between a member and an associate member of a TNDI committee? What is ASC's definition of a younger member? And there are several other questions that you see that are typically what we get on a regular basis. So you will be able to not only access these questions and get answers to them right there online, you will also be able to submit new questions that we could then on the staff end add to the manual and make them available. So this is something that is going to be due to the TNDI Board of Governors on June 19th at this month's meeting, and will, if approved, is going to be posted online, at least in its provisional format, later this month. So I hope that you will be able to refer to it. As always, TNDI staff is going to be available to you for any questions in addition to this panel. The key takeaways from this talk is that the operations manual is being updated and reformatted for ease of use. That is the key criteria that we are using. It will also be posted online so that you can access it at any time. And that timing is close to later this month, about, I'd say, the third half of this month. And it will include hyperlinked table of contents and also hyperlinked to frequently asked questions. And then again, new questions will be regularly added to the with that, I will be happy to take any questions from you.
Great, we're back live now after that short presentation about our operations manual. And I'm here with the mayor, and we've got a couple of questions we would like to go through. The first question, actually, first comment from me is going to be, we're in real trouble next year because Mr. Boudreau is going to be in charge of the situation. He asked the first question of a mayor, wants to know what the longest cricket match you ever played in was. And so in order to help where you guys, if you've been seeing the cricket thing going back and forth, I've got a repurpose for the soccer balls that we had for the Fun Conference in Pittsburgh. And Mayor, I know you have a few of these probably kicking around. And if you don't, I've got a few left I can send to you. But what you really need is one of these. And this is an office cricket bat.
Wow.
And so all you need is a couple of mailing tubes you put down at the end of the hall. And then you take your little soccer ball here with your office cricket bat. And I've got rules for this as well that were given to me by an Australian colleague who explained to me the rules of cricket many years ago. So you have hope for the future if you can't actually get out and play.
That is awesome.
Yeah, so we'll make sure that you're able to continue the cricket discussion at a future date. Question from Ernie was about committees. Do the committees have the opportunity to choose their committee chair? And he would like to know, is there a set protocol for how a committee should select their committee chair?
Sure, that's a very good question, Ernie. So different committees have been doing it different ways. The most common approach has been that it goes to the succession planning and having a vice chair selected for the committee. So the vice chair has to be selected at least 1 year before the term and date of the current chair. And that is at least, ideally, the vice chair should be there from the get-go. And the vice chair should be selected based on, I mean, we have committees that have official polling that they do with all of their members. So they nominate people, folks, they raise hands for the vice chair position, and then there is a voting that happens within a committee. You also have cases where the committee, the outgoing chair appoints someone. Either way, when the outgoing chair appoints something, they do need to inform the full committee about who the appointed vice chair is, who will be taking their place, and then giving the opportunity for the committee to object to it or propose another candidate. But once the vice chair is confirmed, this is the person who takes over from the chair. And even for that, it has to have approval from the council chair and then from the board. So it's a three-step process: appointment of the vice chair, either through a voting within the committee or through the appointment or nomination of the existing chair. That's step one. Step two is approval by the council chair. The council is the larger body under which that committee falls. And then finally, it comes to the board on approval.
Okay, another question is a comment. First of all, that the cyber meeting movement has the big potential to bring committees together and potentially get stronger and unified. And I guess the question would be, is that are face-to-face meetings necessary, or could they be supplemented with events like we're having today?
My opinion on that is, and that's an interesting question, my opinion is that yes, face-to-face meetings are necessary. As they bring to us the opportunity to connect and network in a way that we cannot get through virtual means. Having said that, I do see going forward a hybrid model where we do have face-to-face connections, face-to-face events, and then we also have virtual elements to it. Currently, I can tell you that in the near term, for the reality of what is out today, and for the budgetary constraints also, we are pushing all of our committees to hold all of their meetings virtually. However, we do expect going forward, of course, to have our main events and conferences to be hybrid in nature. And I'm hoping that even something like a leadership summit that we're having virtually now will be delivered as a hybrid event where we meet after our annual meeting in person, and then also stream it and record it for those who cannot attend.
Next question is, how important do you feel the branding of our committees and what we do in attracting new membership, both nationally and internationally?
That's an excellent question, and that is a conversation that we have been having at the staff level, at the board level. One of the initiatives that our Planning and Development Council has taken under the leadership of Denise is that they have put together a brochure for the council, which I think is a very good place to start, because that is a council that is covering 4 different committees, and is promoting and projecting the chairs and those committees, what their missions are, and it's more of an advertisement for the committee itself. That is something that we are going to share with all of the other councils. Our goal is to have something like that established for all of them. Secondly, we have been, for the past couple of years, collecting a lot of video content from interviews of our council chairs and board members, other experts from the industry. And we have carefully selected the people for those interviews so that they are both from academia and for private practice, and also based on their field of service. So with that, our intent is that ASCE's website, which is going to be going through an extensive redesign and redevelopment, and as part of that, TNDI's website is going to be redesigned and redeveloped. But intent is that we will have a home on our website for every single council and every single committee with video content, interviews of committee members, committee chairs, interviews of other experts within that area. And we also expect to have brochures on our committees over there. So that is something that is big and that is on top of the table. And I do expect that by around this time next year, we will have, the entire ASCE will have a new website. And the work has already begun on organizing that. And I'm glad that thanks to the leadership and their commitments, we have excellent digital content that we are, in fact, in some cases, holding back on so that we plug it in once we have the newsletter.
Excellent, thank you. Another question, will TNDI consider some training modules for TNDI members on soft skills and leadership? And before I hand it to you, Amara, I guess I could take a bit of that as the current chair of the Education, the Workforce Development Council. Those are exactly the things that we have been discussing, and we've made a rather lengthy list of a lot of those soft skills that we've been talking about at the board of directors meetings. And is there anything else you'd like to add to that, Amir?
Absolutely. I'll go back to a suggestion that Yinhai had made during his talk, which was on for example, the importance of having your presence on social media. The importance of having all of your committee chairs, council chairs, board members, and as many of your committee members to be active on something like LinkedIn, so that when we have any announcement or comment or article or anything that we want to share, we are tagging our members and others in our networks, so that there is this pyramid effect of communication that helps build the community. That's just an example on the use of social media. We have a wide spectrum of social media use amongst our members and leaders. We have some very active users who tag, who post a lot, and then we have some who don't have social media accounts. So when I say social media, in this particular case, I'm specifically referring to LinkedIn. But that's just an example. There are some excellent ideas that we have received from Rick Boudreau, our vice president, from Kong Chen, who heads our younger member activities, also about soft skills related to younger members, job interview skills, for example, and career guidance and career counseling. So all of those are definitely on the table. You mentioned, David, Workforce Development Council that's recently been launched. That is something that is, again, very recent. And we are looking forward to that. Plus another new council that we recently launched, and Denise is going to be talking about with Lisa Black about it, on diversity and inclusion. So diversity and inclusion and and interview skills, soft skills, non-technical. That is an area that's a huge focus. So you will be seeing a lot of this coming out in the coming months from TNDI.
Another question, if I'm not mistaken, TNDI has 3 standards that have been published with the ESX initiative. We have 5 new standards on the go, and understand that we'll be publishing more standards in the future. And we've heard about this from Eva Lerner-Lam today, as well as Yinhai Wang. And so the question is, how does TNDI interface with the overall ASCE Codes and Standards Committee?
So the ASCE Codes and Standards Committee has under its purview every single standard, ASCE standard that is out there, and is also looking at every single standards that are coming down the pipeline. It is served and staffed by our Codes and Standards Committee staff members that include John Esslinger and includes James Nickel. And John is my counterpart in that group. We encourage all of our standards working groups to be directly in communication with John Esslinger and keep him informed of what's coming in the pipeline, keep me informed. So if he sees any issues in his communication with the Codes and Standards Committee, then he can inform me and inform us directly. But we want that relationship to be as direct as possible between our standards working group and between the Codes and Standards Committee and their staff.
Question about the manual itself. What is the mechanism in place for us to make comments or suggestions to improve the operations manual? So anybody in TNDI, what is the mechanism, how that happens?
Good, very, very good question, David. And the manual itself, I'll very candidly share this with you, with the entire leadership. We have had this manual, of course, for a while, as we are supposed to. And as I said, it's under upgrades, and it's completely reformatted version is coming out that's going to be online and for your access. What I have seen is that it has not been accessed and referenced as much by a leadership as it should be, and I'm part of that. I as a staff lead of the Institute, I have not myself gone back to the manual as much as I should be. Part of the reason being that it's a 120-page document containing content that is mostly reads as bylaws. So the attempt that we are making on the staff end now is we cannot, those are board approved languages and clauses, so we cannot change that. But we want to put that up online and recognize that more than 95% of the content is rarely needed. And there is 5% of it that you will need to access. So when we hyperlink all of the table of contents to the various sections, that should help. In addition, we are putting together, as I mentioned in my presentation, a frequently asked questions section within that. So my hope is that none of you will ever have to actually go into the language of the manual, but get your questions answered in plain language just by clicking on this. That is something that I will be looking for your input on. So the short answer to the question is that it's me. Reach out to me, mamir@asce.org. Any input, any feedback, any changes, any new FAQs, even any new sections that you would like to see in the larger operations manual, although that is something I'll have to put together and take to the board, I'll be very happy to do that and put that on a board agenda. We are one of the few institutes that have monthly board meetings. We don't meet quarterly. That's one of the reasons we want to do that, is that we can move quickly on things. And we want to brand ourselves, even within ASCE, as the fast-moving entity within the unit.
I've got one last really quick question here before we're out of time. And the question is, can we have international members? And if yes, is there a limit on the number of international members?
Yes, we do actually encourage international members. I do not have the information on the limit now, but I will be able to, and I commit to getting back to everybody with that information. I would also, since this is an opportunity, like to thank all of you on behalf of TNDI staff, on behalf of myself, Debbie Denny, and Taylor Eschenbaugh, 3 staff members. Every single one of you, our moderators, our speakers, all of you participants, for making this happen, for being here for us, and for what you do in your daily lives outside of the summit in helping the Institute grow. And I would also encourage you, when you go back to your respective units, to your committees, to pass this energy, to pass on of turning opportunities. I'm said that wrong, turning challenges into opportunities. So I also have my sheet of paper that I wanted to show you here.
Well, that will thank you as well. I can't throw the bat to you because I'm going to break my computer. But so thanks for all your questions. I am going to turn it over to Brian McKeon now to continue with the next session. Thanks very much, Amir.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian McKeon. I'm a past president of TNDI, and I currently serve on the ASCE Board of Direction. ASCE is really trying to step out in front of the need to have virtual communications and delivery elements in all of our operations and committees and programs, and that includes the platform Collaborate. I want to introduce Tirza Austin, who's manager of online communities at ASCE. Tirza joined ASCE in January of 2018. She manages ASCE's Mentor Match, ASCE Career by Design, and everything on the ASCE Collaborate platform. She enjoys connecting with ASCE members from across the globe on a daily basis. Tirza has a 7-year-old daughter, Pearl. Pearl is a Girl Scout and a future gymnastics star. Tirza enjoys participating in her endeavors, and also she is an active member of Toastmasters International. So Tirza, thank you for in advance for your presentation today, and take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Tirza Austin. I'm the manager of online community for ASCE. Thank you so much to TD&I for having me today. I'm really looking forward to speaking with you about experiencing ASCE virtually. I know these have been really trying, difficult times for a lot of people, and it's hard to find connection and ways to communicate with each other. in this current situation, and ASC Collaborate provides a lot of those things for you, and I want to talk about some of those things today. So ASC Collaborate has a multitude of different functions. There is committee management, event functionality. We have a virtual global mentoring program that's available to ASC members. We also have discussion forums that are available for you to use. And then we do have a special website with curated content for young professionals and students. So these are all really great resources that you can share, you know, with your local communities as they try to navigate these difficult times. So as far as committee groups go, I know a lot of the TD&I committees are using some of these Collaborate spaces. Basically, to kind of walk you through it, the benefit here is that any committee roster within ASCE has an ASC Collaborate space. So how that works is if the committee roster exists in our membership database, it also exists within Collaborate. So the benefit here is not having to update different different lists or groups. You automatically have a living community within ASC Collaborate that you have access to based on you know, your committee roster within our membership database. So one of the great things with that is you don't have to manage a separate email list. You can go in and send an email through these Collaborate communities themselves. So I kind of have it walked down here. If you are an admin of any of these groups, you can send out this email in real time. So you would just go to settings and then email community members, and that will email everyone within that community in real time. So, you know, you don't have to manage a separate list. It already exists for you, and it's being managed by the membership database and your official committee roster. So that's really helpful to keep in mind. So with that too, again, because Collaborate does link with the ASC membership database, you can print your committee roster off in real time. And basically, again, whatever exists within our membership database will then be printed out to you for the committee roster. I know, you know, we have a lot of, you know, chairs or secretaries that want to go ahead and, you know, pull a list of their, you know, committee roster, and they have to go through the staff liaison, and they've, you know, got a request and go back and forth. Really, you have access to this yourself. So that's super helpful for you. Again, I kind of walked through here. If you go to settings and then reports and then current community members, and then you would just click view report. You get email address, a bunch of different things about those committee members right there. And I should also mention that this is only available to people who are administrators. So administrators of these committee groups run on, you know, permissions based within their position on the committee. So if you're a chair, if you're a secretary, if you're a treasurer, then you would have administrator rights within these communities. So, you know, again, something that you don't have to manage. It is all streamlined, you know, as long as the records are all being updated within our membership database. So, you know, super helpful for you all. It kind of eliminates that management step, if you will, of trying to keep these groups organized. So again, an admin can go ahead and send an email or pull a committee report, but members are able to actually contact each other through these groups as well. So you'll see every community has a membership tab. If you click on that, you'll see, you know, a list of different members that people can go ahead and message. So again, I think one of the things that I struggle with this new COVID environment is, you know, you've met someone, or maybe you've are working on a project with someone, but their contact information is on a business card on your office desk, and you're not in the office. So how do you contact them? So this is really helpful that you can go in, you know, your committee members themselves can go in and contact each other through Collaborate just by looking at the other members within their group. So, but this also doesn't provide email addresses for them. They would email each other, you know, through the platform itself. And that would go directly to their inbox. But, you know, we try to be really careful with with data and contact information. So that's something to keep in mind, is that, you know, contacting each other through the platform is a little bit safer from a data standpoint. So group communication, I think one of the great things about these collaborate communities is being able to discuss things as a committee as a whole. Again, it allows you to discuss topics at your own convenience if you're not able to get something on a call. I know sometimes I have meetings where, you know, not everyone's able to attend. This is a really rough environment. People have different kids, different work schedules. You know, everything's kind of a little bit different. So maybe when normally someone would be available to discuss something between, you know, 9 and 5, you know, now maybe they're working in the evening. So I think it's really important to be able to have communication channels that are open, that don't have to be at a specific time. So these collaborate communities are really helpful, that people can communicate when they are available. And the other great thing about this is discussions are stored in one centralized place. So as the committee turns over, new committee members can look at, see some of those things that were discussed previously. So I think that's really helpful, you know, not reinventing the real wheel. The committee can go back and look at some of the things that have already been discussed. Also, there's no messy email chain. A lot of times within committee groups, you know, maybe someone hits reply all, or you just reply to 2 people, or, you know, it becomes very messy, and you don't know if you're responding to the most recent email and someone's copied and someone's not. Within the collaborate discussions, it kind of gives you, you know, one communication channel that everybody knows what the last conversation was. You know, it's all threaded. It's very helpful to look at that way. So ASC Collaborate 2 offers event functionality that's fairly similar, I guess, to Constant Contact. There's a lot of different elements that we have used within, for instance, the Thursdays at 3 series that we're doing. We've tried to work with some of our sections and branches who are kind of piloting this event functionality, and we've tried to also make this available to committees as well. So events allow members to download the meeting invite directly, so that's a very helpful element. They also allow for paid or non-paid registration, and events allow automated messaging. So I'll walk through this in a minute. So again, this is an example of our Rhode Island section, but you can see everyone that has registered for something in here. So if you're going to do a committee call and just want a list of RSVPs, you're able to go ahead and look at that information this way. So you would just go to settings and then manage events, and you'll see a registration list that I have circled right there as far as who's registered previously. You can also schedule reminders out. So these are automated emails that as you go ahead and schedule the event, you'll see that there's event reminders that you can choose when they get sent out, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, however often you want to send those reminders out. So that's a super helpful element as you're working on scheduling events. Events is a little complicated. I do have a PowerPoint on that, and would love to talk to you more about setting those up, because there is a few more steps in there that I'm not really going to focus on. I'm trying to do more of a big picture presentation for you all about some of the resources that are available. But if you want to get more into events, please contact me and I can talk to you directly about setting up events for your committees. So again, blogs are something that we've worked with some people. The Committee on Sustainability specifically has worked on creating some vlogs within their, their communities. These are really helpful because then you can write about a topic or a use case, sharing best practices, all of those things that you can go ahead and write about, and then share those out publicly even within the community blogs. You'll see that you can go ahead and set it to public, or just for your members if you just want committee members to view it. But if you want everyone to view it, you could set it for public and then start sharing it out on social media for other people to look at and view. So that's kind of helpful for you. It's a platform that's available if you want to get other members interested or involved in what your committee is doing. So I did want to talk about our discussion forums a little bit. Anyone that is a member of TD&I is automatically added to the Horizontal Subsurface Infrastructure and Transportation Forum. So that's the technical forum for you you all essentially. So there's been some great conversations in there, but it's a great place to share research, best practices, and really look at innovative ideas that other members are sharing. And I would encourage you to look at some of the people that are posting in those groups and see if maybe they have similar interests to what your committees are working on, and see if, you know, they might be interested in joining your committee. I know, you know, our Construction Institute has definitely done that for recruiting people. It's been a great tool to kind of look at members that maybe are on the fringe or aren't super involved or burnt out, if you will, but they really want to get involved with ASCE and they're ready to jump in. So that's a great, great place for you to recruit from. So with that being said, we also have a professional and career topics forum, which is kind of the overarching, all members have access to all ASC members have access to this. And we talk about some more of the soft skills there, but I know one of the popular discussions was, you know, the Code of Ethics reboot. The committee asked for feedback in that discussion thread, so that was really, really helpful. So we do have our ASC Mentor Match program, which we've really kind of encouraged this to be a virtual global program. If you're not currently mentoring someone, I really encourage you to get involved and enroll as a mentor, because again, what makes a good mentoring program is the mentors in the program. So we always need more mentors. Would love to have you get involved that way, but you'll see that it does connect ASC members based on topics of interest and experience level. So you would go in and pick a different topic of interest and mentor someone on that. Or if you want to be mentored, it's kind of the same thing. And it is a very virtual environment. There are options for you to do in person and work that out, but we really encourage people to take advantage of connecting with people from across the globe. So with that, we also have Career by Design, which is curated specifically for students and younger members. You know, as I'm sure familiar with ASCE, there's so many different resources available. So we wanted to kind of put everything that's relevant for students and younger members in one place. And that's what this is. So as you talk to students and younger members, definitely let them know about this. It's a great place for people to connect, you know, and a lot of times, maybe if you're not interested in a formal mentoring relationship, this is still a great place to go ask questions and connect with other ASC members virtually. So that's great. We did create, and I guess those are some of the pre-existing things that we had before, you know, the COVID-19 pandemic. Now I'm going to transition into some of the new resources that ASCE is offering, and hopefully you can take advantage of these in the future as well. So we did start in the middle of March, a COVID-19 resource page where we tried to, again, collect all of those resources within ASCE that would be helpful given this pandemic, and put it into one place. So some of the things that are there are relevant ASC Collaborate discussions. ASCE is doing a COVID-19 industry impact survey. We've done 2 so far. That information is on that website. You have ASC Plot Points, the COVID-19 community call series. That's 30 calls in 30 days, really interesting to see what other ASC members were working on or what challenging things that they've been facing. So that's really inspirational. We also have the Everyday Engineering STEM at Home series that's been really good, some great resources there. I have a 7-year-old, so I've really enjoyed looking at some of those activities and participating in those. We've also got the COVID-19 impacts to infrastructure, which again is different things that our government relations is doing on Capitol Hill to really encourage, you know, infrastructure and, you know, the importance of civil engineers being essential within this climate. We've also got free ASC papers available on that website, and also around the industry, which is essentially, you know, any ASC partners that are doing things that are cool and innovative and things that are helping the community. That's really where we're putting some of that information. So again, check out that website. It's really helpful. We do update it, you know, as soon as new information becomes available, we're putting it up there. With that being said, we also have part of that webpage is free virtual events. So ASCE has started, you know, a lot of different virtual events for ASC members to connect virtually. You know, our government relations has had a series. We've had some faculty members put on a special series. We're doing a series called Thursday at 3, which is like virtual roundtables. So some really great things are happening within ASCE, and you can find and register for those things on our virtual events page. I highlighted this Thursdays at 3 thing specifically because it is an ASC Collaborate community-based series. It is a virtual roundtable that we invite you know, people from around the industry and the profession to go ahead and speak. And it's really been really interesting and fun to hear other perspectives. And I will also share, ASC did start a special page to connect and support students specifically. So we understand it's a really difficult time to graduate as a civil engineer at this point. So we did try to create a resource page specifically for students. So as you interact with other students, you know, whether you have someone that is in your local section or branch, or maybe someone at your firm, you know, or maybe you have a friend that has a child that has recently graduated with a civil engineering degree, or just an engineering degree in general, really. This is a great collection of resources for you to point them to. The ASCE is provided. So, so that is all I have at the moment. I look forward to hearing your questions. And this is my contact information right here. Please feel free to contact me with any questions. I'm always available, you know, in the future. But you know, right now I'm really looking forward to hearing hearing what you guys have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Tirza, for that great presentation. We really appreciate your efforts on behalf of the membership. And if you want to reiterate your contact information again for those that may need to contact you, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Absolutely. I can be reached at taustin, so TAUSTIN @asce.org. So any questions that you have, please feel free to contact me directly.
Thank you. I hope everyone takes an opportunity to explore Collaborate some more. It's a really great resource. There's a lot of forums on there, places you can post questions for your peers to help you answer. But now we're going to switch gears a little bit and tell you about a new diversity and inclusion program happening at ASCE and how TNDI is involved in that. So here's Denise.
Thank you, Brian. An excellent presentation by Tirza on ASCE's Collaborate tool. Switching gears a bit, you know, I just really want to talk about some great strides being made at ASCE in the area of diversity and inclusion across TNDI. Our differences enhance the culture and experiences of ASCE, TNDI membership, as well as the civil engineering profession and the communities we live in and participate in, enabling more thoughtful, open, and integrated sharing of ideas and experiences to advance transportation and the development profession. Earlier this year, I was appointed to formally launch a diversity and inclusion program at TNDI to help ensure that diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations are ingrained in all elements of the Institute's work, from the board appointments and committee compositions to the programs, activities, and attendee experiences at TNDI events. Today, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Lisa Black of ASCE. Lisa is the Senior Manager of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at ASCE. Her responsibilities include developing, monitoring, and evaluating programs, activities, and products aimed at promoting full participation of underrepresented groups in the civil engineering profession. Through her work with ASCE members of Society Advancing an Inclusive Culture, she provides strategic leadership in all matters of diversity, equity, and inclusion within the civil engineering community. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from North Carolina State University and both graduate degrees in Master of Science in Social Work, and a PhD in Educational Leadership and Policy Analysis were earned from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Lisa, over to you.
Thank you all for inviting me to come in and speak about Mosaic and the great work that they're doing that's underway. Mosaic is, and I have the quote here, is a small group of really thoughtful members that are hoping to change the world. And indeed, it's going to take that collective effort to do just that. So moving forward. Excuse me. Can we slide to the next? Yes, there we go. Thank you. So the purpose and vision of Mosaic, and just to say, Mosaic is it stands for Members of Society Advancing an Inclusive Culture. And it is in its first year as a society level committee for ASCE. And it is expected to provide the society with leadership in all matters of diversity, equity, and inclusion within the civil engineering community. And as you can see here, the vision is to promote and foster culture within ASCE that will result in an equitable, inclusive for all. Now, I want to start with just defining what diversity, equity, and inclusion is, and we even added the notion of justice. And so, based on Dr. Defina Lazarus Stewart's work, diversity is who's in the room. It's looking at what is the diversity in the room, and then equity's response would be, well, who's trying to get in that room? Now, inclusion also considers, is everyone being heard? Are members really feeling included when they go into spaces, whether it's work, their professional settings, as they go out and work into the community? And then justice, of course, is whose ideas won't be taken as seriously because they're not necessarily in the majority. So that leads us to think about diversity, or defining diversity is, well, how many more people have we included in our groups, in our professional groups, in our professional settings? And then equity response is, what conditions have we created that maintain that certain, that there's more, that we're maintaining, that we're not maintaining sort of the status quo, that we're kind of just making sure that we are including more people and creating a more safe space for people. And then justice is looking at whose safety is being sacrificed or minimized to make sure that the majority are comfortable and not being challenged. Next. Now, I went through those slides relatively quickly, but and that is something, that's a slide that we had shown that Dr. Yvette Pearson, who's the chair of Mosaic, had shared. But, you know, this is the really, for me, this is a very simple way to differentiate those terms. If you can think of, and maybe you all have heard this before, but I'm going to share it because it was a profound moment for me as I began leading diversity, equity, inclusion work some 20 years ago, is that I think about, well, who are we when we're planning a dance, when we're planning a party, who are we inviting to the party? And so as we have this party and we have music and dance at this party, who's being invited to dance? Who's selecting the music? And when I think about diversity, it's let's make sure that we have people that enjoy all types of different types of music sitting at the table together to plan it, the music choices. And then equity would be, well, And then equity would be making sure that we're playing enough of that music so that everybody feels comfortable to get up and dance, okay? Now, shifting gears back to Mosaic, the role of Mosaic is really to serve as the thought leaders for ASCE. And as the thought leaders, they are looked at to be the people that are going to be the representatives for ASCE, that they're going to be providing informed, very informed about what best practices are in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how to create those environments where all members feel like they belong. And they're also the DEI champions, the diversity, equity, and inclusion champions, such as Denise is that member for TNDI. And their goal is to make sure that those champions are established in each of not only the institutes, but across those leadership, those entities across all of ASCE community. And then we're looking at strategic partners to make sure that we're liaising with like-minded communities, that we are partnering with, say, SWE and NSBE to ensure that civil engineers, regardless of identity, are that we're collaborating and working with them. So these are the members of Mosaic, and you can see, as you can see, they are representative of ASCE. Excuse me. They are representative of ASCE. They represent the diversity of our global community of 150,000 members. And they are all very dynamic individuals, and they are very committed. And they also represent the varying regions. We have a member from Region 10, we have a member from Region 1, Region 5, 6, and so on. Next. So these are some of the activities that Mosaic has undertaken. Mosaic was created in, was established in October of 2019. They actually were, previous to Mosaic, the society did have a committee on diversity and inclusion, and that committee was transformed into Mosaic. And previous to that, they were a constituent committee of the Committee on Advancing the Profession, which restructured a couple of years ago. And now they're a board level committee, Mosaic. And they were responsible for, that committee was actually responsible for crafting the language and getting advocating for actually they created it and wrote the Code of Ethics in partnership with the Committee on Ethical Practice. So that was a major accomplishment, was that adoption of Canon 8. And then secondly, they recently changed their name. When they started out, they were Members of Society Advancing and Inclusion Council. And then they recently changed their name to Members of Society Advancing Inclusive Culture, because again, the focus was on making sure that we're creating inclusive cultures, safe spaces for members to practice and engender that sense of belonging. And then thirdly, they had committee applications. So this year was the first year, thanks very much to the efforts of Mosaic, that the ASCE incorporated demographic questions into all the committee applications. Initially, we were thinking, well, for sure, we want people that are going to serve on Mosaic, because Mosaic will be the advisory council to the board of direction. We want a council that we want members that are passionate about this topic and are somewhat knowledgeable about this topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so initially we're looking at those that apply to participate on the committee, that we would at least get that information in their resumes, and as you do with all the other committees. But they pushed it a step further and said, well, you know, it's be good for us to know across the board what the demographic of our members who are engaging in committees. And because we very much see that the vision of being able to collaborate with committees across the ASCE community. And then last, they're currently working on a best practices guide. And that is actually one of the key KPIs in the strategic plan. The Board of Direction adopted a strategic plan in 2018. And one of the goals is to promote diversity and inclusion across the society. And so they are currently working on that. Now, as part of that effort of developing the strategic or the best practices resource guide, is they formed into 5 committees and these 5 task groups. And these 5 task groups each have a separate charge, and they will be crafting the language and resources and with each section, for each section of the diversity, equity, and inclusion resource guide. So the first being assessment and accountability. They're looking at metrics. They want to create metrics, make sure we're doing surveys, make sure that we're hearing from all members, not just members that have identities that are underrepresented, but from all members, and to what extent those members engage, and what are some ideas that they have that we can improve upon that sense of belonging. And then strategic partnerships, they're focused on, well, how can we collaborate with not only entities within ASCE, like for example, how can Mosaic partner with TNDI to, and what are some partnerships that we can both jointly form with others to support the educating our members. And then we look at inclusive events. The chair of our committee is an African-American woman who has mobility challenges. So one of the things that she looked at more broadly was when we host events, how are we making sure that we're being able to include members that have disabilities or members that may have challenges with accessing meetings or job sites or any of those things like that. And then training and communications is we're looking at our communications, making sure that we're reaching all segments of our ASCE community, and then inclusive leadership and engagement, making sure that we're providing our leadership with the skills and knowledge to advocate for and engage with all of the members of our society. So this is our timeline, just really quickly. We started with this plan. Mosaic was established in October 2019. We didn't waste too much time once we got our members established, we began to look at tasking. We formed the task groups, and you can see at the bottom, we are now in the throes of identifying resources. We're drafting already our literature reviews for each of those sections and informing what those best practices will be. And then our goal is to have the draft prepared and ready to publish by October 2020. So that was a very quick overview of Mosaic. But at this time, I guess Denise will lead us into some questions.
Sure. Thank you, Lisa, for that excellent presentation. We just have a few minutes left before we segue into the next section. We have a question from Lawan McFerrin, I believe from SCI of ASCE. How can the average person affect D&I change in their own spheres of influence?
That's a good question. I think when you think about how to impact change within your sphere of influence, I think if you look at yourself, right, and how you're modeling a willingness to reflect and be aware of what biases you may or may not have with those people that you're interacting with. I think we often get trapped into thinking a certain way. I know my 4 kids would share with me all the time experiences they would have in school. And to their credit, I'd love to be able to take the credit for their success, and I do partially, but for the most part, they are very accomplished young adults who are leading very productive, responsible lives, but they had challenges from people thinking that they couldn't do certain things because of how they looked. And I think we have those challenges, and I think everybody to a certain extent is impacted by that sort of thinking. And then also just within the civil engineering community is being sure that we are listening to all voices as we're doing our work in the community. I mean, to me, that's the heart of AS. That is the heart of Canon 8, is in our professional practice, that we are making sure that we're including the voices of the community as we provide services to communities.
Thank you so much, Lisa. This has been great. I know there's more of this conversation to happen over the upcoming months and years ahead. This is a commitment that the ASCE has provided, as well as TNDI. There are a lot of growing areas within TNDI. Another group that will be covered in the next session includes TNDI's chapter work. And to give a great example of what one particular chapter is doing, here is Matt Kirby to tell you a little bit about it.
I'm Matt Kirby, Local and Student Chapter Council Chair. Here's a promo video our Illinois Section Chapter has created. Enjoy!
Well, my favorite thing about being part of the TNDI Illinois chapter is learning about industry trends and, past projects that other colleagues in the profession have been involved in, and I can learn some of their lessons learned and go into the site and see past projects that they've done. I like the TNDI so I can learn about upcoming work that we could pursue as a business.
It's an honor to be here. This is our second year that we've done this, and we want to give you all the information we possibly can.
We do luncheons with our clients, networking events with some of our peers, and social engagements around the holidays.
These network events, they're great. You get to meet professionals of various levels of experience and representatives of local transportation and development agencies.
The chapter also stays involved with our community. We engage with local students through our student outreach programs. We attend STEM events at local elementary schools and libraries. And we support our local university chapters by offering scholarships to undergraduate and graduate students.
Chapter is active in the local, regional, and national TNDI and ASCE organization, including advocacy events and annual leadership meetings.
Well, thank you for staying on until the very end. We have covered a lot of ground today, but we will end with arguably the most important thing on the minds of the TNDI board today, which is about our students, our chapters, and our young members. These are the ones who are going to be our future leaders. And ASCE TNDI, even as we contribute to today, we are cognizant of our responsibility to contribute to tomorrow. So with that, we have 3 excellent presentations, albeit very quick. So let's go to Matt Kirby. He's the TNDI Local and Student Chapters Chair. He'll be followed by Kong Chen, who is the TNDI board, on the TNDI board, and he's the chair of the TNDI Committee on Younger Members. And finally, our wonderful Vice President, Rick Boudreau. So Matt, why don't you take it over?
Thanks, Chandra. Happy to be here with all of you guys today, and wanted to give a quick update on the Local and Student Chapter Council. This council was formed in late 2018 following that year's Leadership Summit, which I attended as a chapter chair. And it came to my attention, and I think others who are active in the chapters, that the National TNDI was not as well connected with the chapters as it should be. Particularly, the vast majority of ASCE TNDI members interact with TNDI and ASCE on a local chapter level. There's approximately 300 members of the TNDI committees, which means of our 17,000 members, 98% are not interacting with the national organization, and more than likely are interacting at their local chapter. So the Board of Governors and staff recognized this gap and supported us in forming this council. We held our first in-person meeting at the 2019 Leadership Summit, which was held in Alexandria, Virginia. You can see a nice picture of Kong and I with the other chapter chairs that attended there on the right. But we have a handful of goals. We are further along on some than others, but particularly we've been focused on encouraging the formation of TNDI chapters at all sections and branches. So recently we have a chapters forming in Connecticut and Pittsburgh. So if any of you out there on the webinar today are in that area, get in touch with your local section there, or section, I think they're both sections, to join that new TNDI chapter. We're also serving as a resource for these new chapters. We're coordinating. We also want to be a resource for the existing chapters. You know, we have a lot of strong existing chapters out there, but we also have some that could use the support and the knowledge and the expertise that the stronger chapters possess already. So we've been hosting quarterly calls to share that information. Also, we've been, working to coordinate directly with some sections and branches to share best practices. A couple things that we're working we're a little not quite as far along on, but still working hard. We want to be a better liaison between the section younger member group and the section and branch younger member groups and our committee on younger members that Kong heads up. And then as TNDI gets back to hosting in-person conferences, it's definitely going to be an effort to work with those local sections and branches, facilitating to make sure that the local organizations can support these conferences as they happen. And then we have a handful of student chapters. We're working to grow that roster as well. We've brought them into the fold. At this point, we're not exactly supporting them as we could, but I'm looking actively for ways we can help to do that. And particularly facilitating student chapter members' transitions to professional TNDI membership. This is important. This is all over ASCE, how we want to facilitate this transition, but it's particularly important for us with the local activities, because that is, again, how the majority of these student members are going to end up interacting with ASCE and TNDI going forward. So as I mentioned, we've been meeting quarterly and we have some new chapters forming. One of the biggest things, we've been working to align our chapters, activities, and outreach to some of the current mission of TNDI. There's been a lot of focus on smart cities, smart vehicles, the ESX task force. So bringing that information and trickling it down to our locals is really important to what we're looking to do. You just saw the Illinois section informational video. We prepared that as a model for other chapters across the country. So hopefully that will be a great advertisement for what our chapters are doing. They can use that locally for their purposes, but also to the national organization can use all those to show what TNDI is doing on a local level. We're working hard with staff to better document our activities, make sure that we have good communications with all of the chapters to facilitate, some of these other goals. Just last month, we rolled out a draft chapter operations handbook. And we'll be looking to align that a little bit with the TNDI operations handbook, which we learned about earlier. So that's coming soon, and hope to have that rolled out within the next few months. The big thing we're looking at is to potentially add a Chapter of the Year award starting in 2021. Not only will those applications will serve as a good way for us to get information on exactly what our chapters are doing, but also will allow us to recognize some of the great work that our chapters are doing. And last but not least, as we continue to work towards those goals, I am actively looking for additional council leaders. So if anyone out there has some experience working with your local TNDI organizations and would like to join me as the vice chair, secretary, director for student chapters, I'm willing to take any and all help I can get, and I'd appreciate hearing from you. You can be anywhere in the country, but again, I want to thank everyone for sticking around today and then joining and being supportive of your local chapter activities as well as we move forward. And with that, I will turn it over to Kong and Rick to speak on the Committee on Younger Members.
All right, Matt. Thanks. So hello everyone, it's Kong here, and along with me is Rick. And from now on, we are going to spend some time here to talk about TNDI as a committee for younger members and also the current initiatives we have here. The next slide. So as you can see, the TNDI, the Younger Member Committee, was established in 2012, and our goal is trying to promote the participation of the younger members in TNDI. So far, as of now, in 2020, we have 3 initiatives led by Younger Member Committee, including the Blue Sky, the competition for ASCE, the student and younger member activities at the annual conference for International Conference of Transportation and Development. And also in this year, we initiate a TNDI signified student competition called Around the World in Access Days using YYWays, and we will go through them one by one. So the first one, in 2020, TNDI helped the ASCE develop the Blue Sky competition, and it adopted a transportation theme. And in this year, the competition theme is Smart Mobility for Smart City, transforming the way we live. So in this competition, we challenge the students to identify a current or future emerging transportation issue, and we want them to propose a smart solution to improve the mobility and the operation efficiency of the system by addressing the issue. So for the Blue Sky competition, this is the second year that the ASCE student conference do the competition following what they have done in the first year in 2019. And we have seen it gained increased popularity among all the students. So in this year, the number of conferences that adopted the Blue Sky, it includes 6 regional conferences and 1 society-wide conference. And there are a total about 40 university teams that either signed up, either get into the Blue Sky competition. And finally, I want to say that because the 19 situation here, there are 3 Blue Skies competitions were held on site, and the other 3 unfortunately has to be canceled. So next one, the second part is that along each year within the TNDI, we also offered a variety of the student and younger member activities at the flagship event, our International Conference on Transportation and Development. In the past few years, we offered the following activities based on the agenda for each year, including but not limited to the following. As you can see on the slide, we have done the young professional career development forum, the 3-minute pitch, student oral presentation. We also do the best poster award, and we also have a few tours that are available for the students and the younger members. And we are also thinking about to bring a TNDI student competition, the finalist contest with a special session at the conference. And we also have the social media contest throughout the conference, as well as other very outstanding activities that is under the planning. So in the next few slides, I'm going to show you a recap of the activities that we have done in the past few years, the student and younger member activities at the International Conference on Transportation and Development. As you can see for this one, this is a younger member, the career professional development panel discussion session we developed in last year for the ICTD 2019. And this one is called the best advice I ever received. And we have a full session there, and about 50 students were there. So it's a full one. And the next one, as you can see, this is a 3-minute pitch student oral presentation session, which was also happened in last year. And we have 12 students there, and we give them the opportunity to showcase their research as well as the presentation skills they have. And as you can see, it's also a very packed session. So along with each year, we will also present the student awards either at a special event session for the students or along with other ASE awards at the dinner. And so as you can see in this picture, this is how we presented the award for the last year at the ICTD 2019. And for each year, we also hosted the student social media event or the social media scavenger hunt. And this event is not only available to students and younger members, but also available to everyone of the conference. So in addition, depending on the local attractions at the conference site, we also work closely with the local organizing committee of the conference to develop a number of the guided or the self-guided tours for students and the younger members. And we may also host a social event at the end of the tour, depending on the availability of the site. So as you can see on the right side, this is a sample promotional flyer for one of the tours that we developed for this year for the ICTD in Seattle. However, due to the pandemic event, we were not able to hold the event, but I just want to show you here, we have been spending a lot of the effort, and we work closely with the local organizing community to develop this tour, and we want to get as many as the younger members and the students get involved. And lastly, we initiated the TNDI, the signature student competition called Around the World in XX days using YY Ways. So this is a nationwide competition for students within TNDI, and we intend to bring the top 3 finalists entries to the conference for the last round of competition. And we also have the audience to judge and vote for the winners. So with that, I will hand it over to Rick. Rick, please go ahead. Take it away.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kong. Yeah, the pandemic really screwed up a lot of things for us. How do you like that? This was the leadership conference, leadership summit was going to be this past weekend up in Seattle. And the ICTD conference was scheduled for last week. So we're kind of celebrating the anniversary of the finale of our conference, but we weren't able to do a lot of things. David, if you'll advance. So I was challenged last year to put together a student competition. We elected to do this specifically within the ICTD or the TNDI framework, making it a TNDI specific competition. And there was a seed competition that Marcia actually threw out on the table about how about around the world. And, you know, those words just inspired all sorts of creativity. So I kind of took the bull by the horns and created a framework for a competition to get around the world, similar to the Jules Verne adventure novel. And came up with, you know, basically, hey, you're going to start and stop at the Statue of Liberty in New York City. And you're going to hit some touch points. Go ahead and hit the next slide, please. Had to come up with a scoring metric. So this is a point-based system using a minimum of 10 modes of transportation. So every participant had to select and use 10 modes of transportation. If they failed to do that, they disqualified their entry. They had to go through the 5 touch points. And then any mode of transportation in excess of 10, they got bonus points for. Any of the 7, I think my touch points, we touched on 5 continents, which left 2 continents untouched. If they went through another continent, touched another continent, they got bonus points. So there was a lot of ways to accrue points in this system. A last one I thought would be a real clever idea was see as many historic ASC historic landmarks as possible. And I gave them a link to the ASC location where they could look through all those landmarks. It was the first time I'd been to that website, so I was pleased that it existed. And some of the feedback on the students they were pleased that it was in there because it really gave them a greater appreciation for ASCE. Particularly, we thought this was going to be a transportation deal, but there were folks in structures that participated in this competition, and they salivated over being able to go to some of those historic bridges virtually. You know, they didn't have to make this trip, but I think some of those historic landmarks are going to be on their bucket list in the future. And obviously, we gave them 20 days to complete the trip. My thought was, take as long as you want, accrue as many points, make this a fun event for you to envision and get those points. If you come in under 20 days, yeah, you'll get some bonus points for bringing it in under 20 days. If you go over 20 days, you get some, I think there was a not discount, but points against, strike against. So anyway, go ahead and advance. A lot of words here. I'm going to brush through it real quickly. We came up as a board to offer an award fee for the top 3 finalists. And unlike the Blue Sky, where there were regional competitions, the TNDI was a competition where they would submit to one collection source, which was Debbie, and feed off to me and some of the other reviewers to review the entries for completeness, validity, did they follow the rules, sort of thing, and then judge and pick 3 of the top finalists and invite them to our ICTD in Seattle and give them $1,500 a piece to offset their travel or registration fee. And I think we're going to do something very similar to this next year. We're going to start a little early because we broadcast this at TRB in January. It started to play in a little bit. Everyone that had questions had to register on the Collaborate site, and post their questions to the Collaborate site. So go ahead and forward slide. So here was the clarification process. Next slide. They registered on the Collaborate site, and honestly, we only had, what, 5 or 6 that had questions that they wanted resolved. That was a mistake on our part. We should have had anyone that was going to compete in this should have had to register, because then I would have known how many people were really, truly going after this competition. Next slide, please. But there were some questions asked, and I called them RFIs, request for information. You call them request for clarification, whatever, about some of the rules or some of the modes. One guy looked at the mode table and said, hey, I want to use a helicopter. What's that worth? And I said, well, unfortunately, we didn't add a helicopter in here, so you can count that as an other and get credit for a mode of transportation that didn't fit into my broad categories. Next slide, please. So this is one of the entries that came in from one of the students or student groups, showing the directional arrow of their path of advancement. At the end of every day, they need to show the date. So you see from New York City, they fly over to Oslo, Norway, and a day goes by. They're already on March 21st. And so they're ticking along and writing a diary of their adventure, what they do during the day, how they take the flight, and give us a cost for some of the commercial modes of transportation. They have costs like an airline ticket or a boat charge or a high-speed rail that traverses hundreds of miles, that sort of thing. So this was actually one of the submittals, and pretty cool. Next slide, please. I'm going to wrap up real quick, Ernie, because I know you want to say something. I just want to give a shout out for a couple of the submissions we received. One real cool from Stockholm, Sweden. This guy was a master's candidate, and I believe he's off to his career. I promised him a write-up on his background and interests and where he's off to for his career in an upcoming TNDI e-newsletter. A team of 4 undergraduates from Congress University of South Florida submitted. They called themselves Soulmates. I thought that was pretty cool. He had 3 other submittals from teams, and he used this as a exercise in class down there, which I've talked to other professors across the United States, and that was their intention too. The problem was, once they got into it, airline costs were starting to get, the schedules were starting to get unpredictable, costs were flying all over the place. And then we as the board were trying to determine, do we continue on with this? Are we going to have ICTD? And it just, we kind of had to pull the plug. So anyway, next slide. I think that was it for me. I'll give it back to you, Chandra, for any comments, Q&A, and give it to Ernie to close this thing out. Thanks for staying with us today.
Well, thanks, Matt, thanks, Kong, and thanks, Rick. We are pretty much out of time, so we will not be having any Q&A. But for those of you academics still around, please inform your students about the many opportunities and the increasing number of opportunities that we are having as part of TNDI. We do want to ensure that our future leaders are not only equipped with bookish knowledge, but also with creative and critical thinking as we go into this new, emerging, exciting, interdisciplinary landscape of transportation. So with that, let me hand it back to our glorious president. Ernie, take it away.
Thank you, Chandra. That's it. You made it through our first leadership summit, turning challenges into opportunities. Leadership Summit included 3 segments. Segment 1, a plenary session, including 2 keynote speakers, Roger Millar, Washington DOT, and Denise Mendes, New York City DOT. Segment 2 included TNDI opportunities. Segment 3, TNDI operations. But what are the take-homes? 1, change is happening. And the winners will be those that adapt to this change and embrace it. 2, this is time to be innovative. And your committee provides that venue to brew innovation. 3, ASCE has resources to help you lead your committee. Just contact us. 4, the TNDI Board of Governors want to help you and lead you. Lead and move you, because we serve you. I hope this time was worthwhile, and that you'll be involved in moving TNDI to the next level. Thank you, cast, speakers, and moderators for a great show. And special thanks to the man behind the curtain, David Shrew, and the Vision Creative Gang, the people behind the camera, pushing buttons, pulling the switches, and for herding the cats for today's summit. A truly Class A operation. A special thanks to the ASCE staff, Mohammed Amir, Debbie Denny, and Taylor Eschamel, for their hard work in putting this leadership summit together and making the TNDI Board of Governors look good. It's a privilege to work with you guys.
Other one.
See you next time, and stay healthy. That's all, folks.